Good evening, or maybe if you watch this later, good morning, good afternoon, whatever. So, Almost Anal sent this link to me. There's two, actually. It's the Aiden Carney hearing on January 8, 2024. Hello, Redacted. I don't know exactly what I'm getting into, and I don't know how much commentary I am going to end up making. So, let me do this and change my playback speed. I'm going to go, I don't know. I'm going to go 2, and then, because apparently there's 3 hours of this, there's 2 parts. And so yeah, we're gonna do this. Again, I don't know how much I'm gonna actually talk. I might talk a lot. I might talk a little. I don't know what I'm getting into. So we're gonna play it by ear, or as a wise man once said, "Fuck it, we'll do it live." Oh, what am I getting into? 3 fucking hours. God damn. By the way, the only reason I'm doing this is I had pizza and I have heartburn, and I know I'm not going to be able to lay down to go to sleep. So we're going to. I have this is bourbon with a lot of water. So here we go. All right, that was way too fast. Had to get the accent.
Stand raise your right hand. Do you swear to the matter now in hearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right.
I don't know about that.
This is the matter of Lindsay Gattani versus Aiden Kearney. Judge Christopher, she issued an emergency restraining order on Business Eve, December 24th. I extended the order after hearing where Ms. Gattani testified in front of me on December 26th. She turned today. Counsel completed that by himself.
Hello, Your Honor. Timothy Bradle on behalf of Aiden Carney. For the record, my client is before the court in custody. Your Honor, this is my client, Aiden Carney.
Aiden Carney.
All right. Pants. I get up at 3 in the morning, bro. And normally I go to bed at like 9:30, 10 o'clock, but I know right now it ain't gonna happen. So so don't judge me, motherfucker. Don't judge me. Also, I'm noticing the judge is very low and Bradle's very high. It's gonna suck. I'm sorry. We're gonna do our best. Yes, I do the no blue light after sunset setting on my commuter because I'm old and it's easier on my eyes.
Okay. Ms. Gattani, are you moving to extend this order today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is your client opposed to it?
We are.
And you got some preliminary?
I did. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Judge, I sent out 2 subpoenas, ducis tecum, last week. One of them is to the babysitter of Ms. Gattani, Ms. Grace Barrett, and the service was effectuated on Friday at last unusual place of abode. And she's not here to the best of my knowledge.
For those of you who may not know, a subpoena ducis tecum is a subpoena to appear and to produce documents.
Not here to the best of my knowledge, Your Honor. And she's someone that is very important to the defense of this case because I have a statement that I provided to counsel coming in today for Ms. Gattani, wherein Ms. Barrett indicates that Ms. Gattani said to her, "No, he didn't assault me. He was only trying to get back the papers I took from him." And it's extremely important testimony. She's not here today. I have a statement from her, from my investigator, Mr. Chiappetta, who's present here in the court.
I hope everybody else knows who all these Katani and Chiappettas and I don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't know how helpful I'm going to be maybe I'll pick it up as we go along. It's unusual for the respondent to initiate usually the moving party is the one who opens. That would be the petitioner. So
courtroom today, you would be a witness. But we don't have the best evidence. I know the rules of evidence are relaxed, they don't apply here, but I would like compliance with the subpoena. And also the ducis tecum aspect of that subpoena was that she was to provide, she was to come here with text messages between her and Ms. Gattani, text messages between her and Lieutenant Detective Tully of the Mass State Police, text messages between, or text voice statements, any statements basically, between her and the Mass State Police, between her and the Medfield State Police regarding this, because they're very important to the defense here, Your Honor, because we contend that this entire episode was engineered and set up by the Mass State Police. And so we were demanding, as is Mr. Carney's absolute right, to subpoena those items to this evidentiary hearing. And we don't have them, we're deprived of them, and I want them. So I'm asking the court for assistance.
going in, I'm very skeptical of this grand conspiracy theory that Bradel is starting with. And I don't know how well it's going to play to the judge. So
With this subpoena, and I have a proof of service from Friday, and I also have information, Judge, that third hand, but it's been filtered through to my defense team, Your Honor, that this woman has, Ms. Barrett.
hold on a second. So I just checked my calendar, and January 8th was a Monday. Assuming the date on this is correct, it says January 2024. I'm going to assume that's correct, which would be a Monday. And if he served, normally you have to serve a subpoena ducis tecum, well, California rules may not apply. Normally, at least in California, you have to give the subpoenaed witness a certain amount of time. I think it's like 10 days. So that they could actually prepare it to produce the documents.
Has
So it's just really fucking weird that well, I do know I am somewhat tipped off that the subpoena witness appears at some point, maybe not in this hearing, maybe in a future hearing, and does not give the evidence, the testimony that Bradel expects. And a good clue that your witness isn't going to give the testimony that you expect is that you have to subpoena them. Like, I mean, sometimes witnesses will be like, hey, can you subpoena me so that I could show it to my employer to get out of work that day or something like that? And that's a totally different thing. If you have to like fight to get them served, then that's a problem. And an experienced attorney like Bradel should have been aware of that going in.
put it out there, so to speak, that she's not coming. So she has noticed, she has been served, and I would ask that the capias issue and
A capias, in case you're unaware, it's essentially like a bench warrant that a court can issue to have a witness arrested and brought in to testify.
that we keep the hearing open until she appears with the required documentation. Obviously, an extremely important witness that would testify to this plaintiff's recantation.
Oof. She's had a hard life.
And of what she earlier said.
You could see the acne. You could see she's been rode hard and put away wet.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we object to the subpoena. We're moving to quash the subpoena. Essentially, Judge, multiple points on this, but the first point is that we received the subpoena on Friday. It's impractical and unreasonable to expect anybody to, over the weekend, in a short period of time, pull together all of these communications. That takes a lot of time, and simply, we do not have that time to do that, and we haven't been able to do that. Secondly, this information, the information that's required.
So I'm not familiar very much with Massachusetts DV hearings. In California, usually between two pro pers, it'll go quick. It'll be a 15-minute-ish hearing. You tell me what you have to say. You tell me what you have to say. The judge will make a ruling and kick them down the road. Usually attorneys will ask for evidentiary hearings, long cause hearings, more than just the normal short cause is like 15 minutes. And so I have been in full trials. Most of the DVs and civil harassment that I've been in have been full trials. So, and that's because as an attorney, you're going to call witnesses, present evidence, make objections, yada yada.
Requested a subpoena, Judge.
Just to help, I'm just trying to help here, I'm not trying to take over the floor. But counsel's, I think, addressing the same exact issues with respect to Ms. Gattani's subpoena.
I'm dealing with the third party.
Yeah, I appreciate the help, counsel, but essentially, Judge, what we
That was power play there by Bradle. And this other attorney did not respond appropriately to the power play. Well, maybe he did. I don't know. Depends on the angle he's going to try to maneuver the judge.
we are objecting to this subpoena because this is nothing more than sort of irrelevant and separate issues that we're trying to keep out of this hearing today. We're here today for a 298 extension hearing. Your Honor already found that there was enough evidence to issue this order preliminarily. There is nothing that is requested in the subpoena that bears any relevance on the hearing here today, and it goes well beyond the scope of the civil hearing. And we ask that Your Honor quash that.
To the extent that they're arguing with respect to Ms. Barrett's subpoena, Judge, I don't see how they have standing to quash a subpoena of a third party. And I think I've made an offer of proof as to relevance. And
Where does this information come from? Where does this information
so Mr. Chapetta interviewed Ms. Barrett.
Your investigator?
Yes, and he wrote a report. And
Provide the report?
yes, we have, Your Honor.
This morning, Your
5
Honor.
minutes.
Well, about 4 minutes after I met him. So, yeah, she informed my investigator, and my investigator has a report that will submit it to evidence, Judge. But again, we should be entitled to the best evidence of it, where she would come in here and testify by way of offer of proof from the defense team that, Lindsay said to her, no, he didn't assault me. He was only trying to get back the papers I had taken from him. And obviously and there's 2 more pages of information that she's offered. So she's a vital witness to the defense here.
So what are you requesting that I do today?
I'm asking her to issue a capias for her to be brought in during court hours and keep the hearing open until such time as she appears with the responsive
Maybe
documents.
it's phone call to her.
I am a little bit shocked. They've got 4 bailiffs in there. You've got 4 fucking bailiffs in there. They really think Cardi's a problem. More bailiffs.
Sure, we'd be happy to do that, Your Honor. And
Judge, if I may, just for the record, I think what counsel's doing there with these subpoenas, especially with
Well, I think it's kind of relevant information.
Your Honor, can't get that same information from cross-examination of our witness. I mean, it's talking about a conversation you had with. Why did we go through all this when we can have our witnesses today?
by way of an offer of proof to that, Your Honor, my investigation has also indicated through people that through Ms. Barrett, I don't need to beat around the bush here. Ms. Barrett informed my investigator that Ms. Gattani took her phone and deleted many, many text messages from Ms. Barrett's phone. So I want to see what's going on with respect to these phones, with respect to what's been evidence that's been destroyed or altered, and that's why this is so important to the defense, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
So,
this is a simple 209A. It's about one evening in December.
DV means domestic violence. So a DV hearing is a domestic violence restraining order hearing.
They're trying to make this a broad fishing expedition to involve everything else that's going around with this matter. It's unnecessary. We have a witness here who's subject to cross-examination. You're very able to judge your credibility based on that cross-examination.
I think we should go forward with the hearing.
Sure.
I'll note your objection and we'll see where it goes.
thank you, Your Honor. And just with respect to the record, Judge, it's the same issues with respect to the subpoena due to statement that I had issued with respect to Ms. Gattani. There was a schedule of information to be provided, and none of which has been provided, all of which would be simply available in her cell phone. That is all the same issues. And so she's obviously here, and I'd like to know why the documents responsive.
They're worried about the smash and dash, not to mention the 15 witnesses he threatened with the cum couch. I don't even know if you're being serious or not.
The documents have not been provided and what the plaintiff's position is on that, because we are absolutely entitled to those items. And if they have not already been destroyed, which I think they have, but we're entitled to some responsive document with respect to,
As it pertains to this hearing.
yes, as it pertains to here, Your Honor, absolutely.
Your Honor, he's asking for communications with police officers and detectives that are involved in the other matter. It's a broad subpoena. It's trying to make this into a circus. And this is about one evening. And again, communications between the defendant and my client should be in the defendant's phone if he really needs this. And also,
We have those, Your Honor. Those are not what we're seeking. We're seeking communications between the complainant, the plaintiff, and the officers who we contend triggered this incident to get Mr. Carney arrested and get his bail revoked. The whole thing was engineered, Your Honor. So we contend that,
I thought she was subpoenaed at that time.
yes. And I'll refresh, I'll allude to the framework, the factual framework there, if I may, Your Honor. The factual framework there, Judge, is that on Friday, December 26th. We were in Norfolk Superior Court. Sorry, 22nd. I think. We were in Norfolk Superior Court on Mr. Carney's arraignment, and at that time he was relieved of any restrictions whatsoever in terms of stay-away orders, and he was essentially allowed to go back to investigating the Karen Reed murder case. No stay-away orders, no nothing. So he left there, and an hour or two later, our defense investigation has revealed that an hour or two later, Lieutenant Detective Tully was at Ms. Gattani's house with a grand jury subpoena for essentially no crime. She had no information, no incriminating information for anything, because I'm privy to my client's interactions with her. So there's no criminal behavior whatsoever that was ever engaged in that would be relevant to anything on a case where he's
Crazy. The defendant would think that he had never committed a crime. Never heard that before.
already been indicted on 16 charges. The grand jury investigation is over. We contend this grand jury subpoena was manufactured and given to Ms. Gattani to make her a witness, just to make her a witness in the case, as a foundation for a witness intimidation charge later. And so what happened was Ms. Gattani gets this summons for the following Wednesday. Ms. Gattani
Yes, malt vinegar is a condiment.
gets the summons. She immediately goes.
Yeah, if I was grand jury the following week.
Yes, the following Wednesday, right. And she served that just right after Mr. Carney gets completely free of any restrictions. And we contend this whole thing is revenge for him being freed up of any restrictions to go back to investigating these cases, exposing these very same officers that are charging him here, which is extremely questionable in terms
This
of.
has nothing to do with the restraining order.
Well, it does. It actually does.
This is so, I'm not following Bravely here. This is revenge, like she's taking revenge, or this is the cop's revenge, or I'm not quite sure about how this little particular spider web is woven.
Your Honor. I know it's convoluted, but sometimes it's convoluted. I'm sorry, and I know the court will hear me and when it's convoluted, and it is. And so he goes over there with the summons, and she then invites him over.
I understand this is an offer of proof, but my fucking God, why isn't opposing counsel like objecting? Like, this is beyond an offer of proof, Your Honor. He's testifying. Like, talk about giving counsel the opportunity to. I mean, I know at the end the DV restraining order is granted, but talk about letting counsel poison the well. Jesus.
In contradiction to her statement.
This Gattani.
Yes, invites Mr. Carney over and insists that he come over in person to talk about the summons and what to do. And she comes to him for help. And she says to him in the text messages and in their communications, and this is what Mr. Carney will testify to. So this is just me talking. This is what Mr. Carney is going to testify to.
This is literally just you talking.
She tells him that she has been cooperating with the people in the Reed case that are against Mr. Carney. And she's sorry.
Is this an offer of proof?
Yes, this is an absolute offer.
Wait, 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 wait.
Yes, Mr. Carney. And
This, so the judge has to get in there. So this is an offer of proof. Yeah, this is an offer for who? For Mr. Carney.
That she's been cooperating with the people that are aligned against Mr. Carney relative to the Reed matter. Ms. McKay, the witnesses that are involved, the witnesses that are accused of being the actual conspirators in the murder plot. And so she's been working with them, but pretending to still be his friend or his girlfriend or one or the other. It changes. And so she invites him over, makes up this story that she's pregnant and she needs to.
No, Lauber. He's amped up. You know, there's a lot of pressure. Like when you're the attorney and you go up there, some attorneys get very amped up when they're dealing with this. I mean, he's got a lot of things he wants to get going. He's got a lot on his mind. There's a lot of pressure, and sometimes you get an adrenaline dump. It's common.
To take some pills to end the pregnancy, et cetera, and he needs to stay with her all night long. He doesn't want to go. He went there against my advice. He tried to talk to her in the conference room in the lobby of the building, and she got him upstairs to her apartment.
Well, talk about saying a big old fuck you to the attorney-client privilege and attorney confidentiality. He went there against my advice. So you Jesus fucking Christ. Why would you do that, Mr. Attorney?
And she, in a private setting, obviously. This is my offer of proof, Judge, for why I need these documents that she either destroyed or is withholding from me today. And so she brings him up there and won't let him leave.
No.
Contrary again to her affidavit that he's barging in and insisting on looking at everything. She invited him over.
I've seen a lot of attorneys act this way, and I have occasionally acted this way. I've had to have court reporters tell me slow down, because you're going, your adrenaline's going, you've got a train of thought, you want to get down through it. man, like you're in it to win it. So I don't know if it's awareness. I mean, there might be some of that too. I don't know.
Or the evidence will show to do this. She allows him to look at the interactions between.
I would disagree. You tend to make more mistakes when you're amped up. It's better to be calm, cool headed. You want to be on top of your objections. You don't want to be thinking 5 steps ahead. You want to be in the moment so that you're making good objections. You're listening to what the witness says instead of thinking ahead to your next question. I mean, being amped up doesn't do anybody any good, to be fair.
Between her and these investigators, and he's taking notes, right? 5 pages of notes. In the middle of this, they have sexual relations. He says, I'm going home. I got to go. That's what triggers her, consistent with several times in the past. When he would go home to his family, she would get very angry and upset. Consistent with that pattern, this night she gets very angry and upset. She steals his property. She steals his notes, and she stuffs them down her shirt. And Mr. Carney does nothing in terms of any domestic violence whatsoever. He calmly speaks with her and says, "Can I please have those back?" Because that's the whole purpose of why she invited him over. He didn't engineer any of this stuff. She won't.
Objection, Your Honor. Respondent's attorney is testifying at this point.
Get it back. She goes in the bedroom. She claims that she took these pills, that he needs to be there to make sure she's okay because she has 4 children in the house as well at this very time. And he's stuck there. So he sits there, waits till she falls asleep, and leaves at 5 o'clock in the morning when she's asleep so he can get out of it. That's what the evidence will show in Mr. Carney's testimony. And the next morning, she doesn't.
Oh, this guy's fucking killing me. I swear to God. This guy's fucking killing me. Why is it opposing counsel objecting? Like, even if the judge overrules it, it's going to start putting pressure on the judge to stop this fucker from testifying.
Call the police about some supposed domestic violence incident, which, such as it is, Judge, is on their evidence that he pushed her either into the couch or onto the couch, depending on which statement you want to believe of her. But that's the whole incident. That after she stole his property, that he allegedly, in which we certainly adamantly deny, pushed her to the couch, to the soft couch. That's the whole bout of domestic violence here that we're dealing with. So she doesn't call the Medfield police. Lieutenant Detective Tully calls the Medfield police. Consistent.
This is getting my fucking blood boiling. Why isn't petitioner's counsel objecting? He's not digging a hole. The judge is listening to all of these facts. You can't unring a bell. And there's no perfect person out there who can discount having heard all these facts. So I would say he has some right to possess them. Yes. He definitely has a claim to them. Did they establish, maybe I missed it, did they establish it was her pad of paper? I didn't hear him say that.
With our allegation, this whole thing is a setup.
Overconfidence, maybe? I don't know. I haven't heard the testimony yet. Maybe they have this airtight case, but Bradel's making it sound like there's no airtight case.
Engineer, she was in touch with him. She was in touch with him when they met with the subpoena. She was in touch with him throughout this whole thing, which is why we're demanding these. Yes, which is why we're demanding these communications as is our absolute right.
You may be entitled to a criminal matter. This is a civil matter. This is a 209A hearing. I think Palmer is not involved in this matter right now. You may be entitled to Mr. Brady in discovery with respect to the criminal proceeding, assault matter, or domestic. But this is a 209A hearing. It's a civil proceeding. I can hear the testimony of both parties, any other witnesses.
Oh, I'm sure Kate is rubbing one out to this, even as we speak. She's probably already seen this, though.
I don't think that's necessary.
See, Judge, so it's a lawful subpoena, properly served. If counsel,
Let's hear the evidence. Let's hear the evidence and make a decision. I think it's relevant.
thank you very much.
Counsel?
Everyone is sworn. Please proceed if you want.
Everyone have a seat.
Judge, I'm sorry, there's one other phone.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. This proceeding has somehow been allowed to be issued without a sworn statement from the plaintiff. If you look at the 9 or 10 page statement that she wrote, that's an unsworn Medfield.
Actually, she testified in front of me. I asked her, I believe I saw the record, I asked her whether everything is true and accurate in the statement. I think the record will speak for itself. When she confronted me, after I read the statement, I asked her whether everything was accurate and true in the statement. She testified yes. So in essence, it is.
If she didn't sign the fucking pleading, that's a real problem, kids. That's a real fucking problem.
All right, I
You
appreciate
can check the
that.
record if you look at the record.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. I need to check that record on that. If the court's telling me that, I certainly would believe it. Nonetheless, Your Honor, I think that the rules of civil procedure require that motions be supported by a written affidavit. And I would like to have for my papers for the ongoing case, a sworn statement under oath that she signs, at least incorporating that statement or such.
There it is.
Okay. May I see it, please? I'm sorry, I haven't seen that. You know, I know the Commonwealth is, thank you very much, sir. I know the Commonwealth is very solicitous of domestic violence complainants, but sometimes it puts a defendant at a disadvantage and makes it very difficult to fight back, but I appreciate that, thank you.
Honest question though, do you think Kate's a squirter? I don't think she is. I don't think she's a squirter, but do you think she's a squirter?
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey, come forward.
She's been sworn on.
thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Katani, please say your name and spell it for the record.
Lindsay Gatani, Lindseygatani.
How old are you?
37.
And what level of education do you have?
I have 2 college degrees, a bachelor's degree, 4 degree in psychology. I have a 2-year associate's degree in nursing as well, and my resident nursing license.
See, I think she'd be like making like sarcastic comments and shit during sex. Oh no, you don't get that fucking absorbed with someone unless he made her eyes roll back in her head. So I'm sure he did his work fine for her. This is at 1.5 times tomato. I had it on 2 times and I couldn't understand shit. Yes, it is sped up 1.5 times.
How old are you?
12, 5, 3, and 2.
Were you in a relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
Approximately when did that relationship start?
About the beginning of September.
And approximately when did that relationship end?
Approximately the beginning of December.
Maybe I should pay attention to that testimony. I'm sorry. He gave me an image of Kate chain smoking cigarettes the entire time. All right, let's see.
Approximately when did that relationship start?
About the beginning of September.
And approximately when did that relationship
About the beginning of what?
Approximately when did that relationship start?
About the beginning of September.
And approximately when did that relationship end?
Approximately the beginning of December.
So
Did she say September? Let's turn this. I'm catching it. I'm sorry. That might be important.
and approximately when did that relationship end?
Yes.
Approximately when did that relationship start?
About the beginning of September.
She did say September. Okay. All right. So September through December. Okay. Sorry. Yes, I do count months on my fingers.
When did that relationship end?
Approximately the beginning of December.
So the relationship was roughly 3 months long? Is that right?
Correct.
Was the relationship intimate?
Yes, it was.
Did he ever tell you that he loved you?
Yes.
Has he met your kids?
Yes.
Has he been to your house?
Yes.
Why did the relationship end?
We had a disagreement about a personal medical issue.
Was that your pregnancy? Is that what the disagreement was about?
Correct.
What was his reaction when you told him you were pregnant?
Initially?
Yeah.
Nervous?
As time went on, what was how did that develop?
It changed throughout. He was nervous at first, then appeared to be somewhat supportive for a while, and then when he learned that I was hesitant about what to do regarding pregnancy, he became very persuasive in trying to make a decision that he wanted.
Did he pressure you into making that decision?
Yes.
Did he ever say anything like he would kill himself if he did not have a procedure?
Yes.
Why did the relationship end?
The relationship ended because of a disagreement over what to do.
And after you broke up, did the defendant ever harass you?
Objection to the characterization of
Let's just say
harassment.
deleted. Maybe rephrase the question.
After you broke up, did the defendant ever do anything that concerned you?
Yes. He began making comments about me on his live YouTube shows and on his social media platforms.
And did those comments frighten you?
Yes.
Did he ever threaten you with releasing any of your personal information?
Yes.
Did you ever threaten to release sensitive photos of you?
He didn't explicitly threaten to release the photos, but he did, in my opinion, taunt me by sending me screenshots of certain videos between us.
Did he ever send you any confidential documents pertaining to your children?
Yes.
Were you afraid of the defendant's actions?
Yes.
Now I want to discuss the evening of December 23rd. Did the defendant come over that evening?
Yes.
And he came over to talk about a subpoena he received?
Yes.
What was the subpoena, briefly, the subpoena about?
In regards to his pending charges through the Superior Court for police intimidation.
And was the defendant angry about you receiving the subpoena?
Yes.
Objection, Judge, to the conclusory nature of the question.
Let me ask you how
Yeah, sorry, I'll rephrase, but generally on these kind of hearings.
I don't.
So when the defendant arrived at your house, what happened?
When he arrived, he wanted to meet in, I live in an apartment complex, he wanted to meet in a conference center that I have down the hall from my building. He was nervous that there were bugs in my throat. Not, inside.
So recording devices, thank you. And at some point, did you start discussing the subpoena?
Yes.
And what did the defendant ask regarding the subpoena?
He asked,
In as many words as you can.
well, he wanted to know why I was receiving it. He discussed getting me an attorney. Because I did tell him that my phone would likely be subpoenaed and messages between us would be recovered and shown. So he discussed getting an attorney, said that he would pay for the attorney to prevent that from happening, that he would protect me. He said that he wanted to go through
Objection,
my
Your Honor, it's non-responsive.
He wanted to go through my phone and get messages between me and another woman that has, I think how to describe her. Should I name her?
No, you can just.
Another woman, and that is related to the case, I guess. And he also wanted to look at any messages between myself and the detectives, and
And did you let him look through your phone?
I did.
Why?
When I initially told him I was not going to let him look at my phone, he told me that he would destroy me and his lawyer would destroy me on the stand if I did end up testifying, that he would bring up embarrassing things from my past and try to humiliate me.
So you were pressured into showing him your phone?
Yes.
Did he take notes while he was looking at your phone?
He did.
After he took notes from looking at your phone, were you intimate with him?
Yes.
Yeah, she's a hot train wreck. You know who she reminds me of? She reminds me of Kate.
And after you had intimate relations with him, what happened?
After that,
Let me rephrase the question, I'm sorry. After you were intimate with him, did the defendant immediately leave or did he stay around for a while?
he stayed around.
Why did he stay around for a while?
Like if you just relax your eyes a little bit when the screen's kind of blurry and you look at her, she looks a lot like Kate. Kate's bigger, obviously, but relax your eyes a little bit. You know, I'm just saying, Turtleboy seems to have a type. Well, so Kate has way bigger tits, and this gal is smaller than Kate. Yes, but I mean, relax your eyes a little bit, bro.
I took the
And also, hot mess. Like you could just tell she's a hot mess. You know, 4 kids, probably 4 baby daddy.
abortion pills. He said he would stay with me after I took them.
And after you took them, what did you do?
He said, all right, I got it. I received a lot of those ones.
And then were you upset after you took them?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I walked out of my bedroom where we both were standing and into my living room, and I saw his notepad on my couch where he had taken notes. I
His notepad. Somebody said it was her notepad. She characterizes it as his notepad.
then ripped off the pages of notes that he took and marked them and put them on my shit.
And did that upset
In California, that might qualify as domestic violence. Now, I don't know. I don't think that Turtleboy filed a counter petition for domestic violence against her. She's literally admitting to taking his stuff, ripping the pages off of his notebook and putting them down her shirt, basically daring him to put his hands on her. Oh, Biff the White Knight riding to the rescue. You go, Biff. You ride to the rescue, buddy. Biff, you are such a fucking tool bag sometimes, I swear to God. Like, you have your moments, Biff. But sometimes you're a complete fucking tool bag.
Set the defender.
Yes, it did.
What did he do to you?
He came up from behind me, my back was towards him, since he was coming from my bedroom. And at first, he didn't know, I think, what I did. He said to me, "What did you just do?" And then he looked and saw that his notes were not there anymore. He grabbed me by the back of my shoulder.
Again, she characterizes them as his notes, Biff. Yeah, douche canoe.
Turned me around, and my fist was like this. I believe he thought the notes were in my hand, because then he tried to grab my fist and process and say, "Give me my notes back," yelling at me.
He tried to grab my wrist? Or did he grab your wrist? Did he try or did he grab? Maybe a distinction without a difference. Maybe not.
You know. And then when he saw they were in my hand, he started yelling some more, "What did you do with them?" And kind of pushed me in the process of trying to wrestle me for the notes. And my knees were at the couch. So he pushed me into the couch and I fell. Thereafter, fell on the couch.
Did that hurt?
No.
They're not. It's not her. It's not her intellectual property, Shuggy. No. It's not her intellectual property. If she had drawn a picture on his notepad, then the question of who owns it would be up to the court. It's his pad. She could have put it wherever she wanted to, but if he took notes on it, they're his notes. His notes, his pad. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if he's writing down the things that she had said in text messages. That's not art. That's not intellectual property. That's just her communications.
You were frightened by it. And after the argument, you eventually leave. Did he eventually leave?
Eventually.
And sometime the next day, you spoke with the police. Is that right?
Yeah.
And did you tell the police officers that he was physical with you?
Yeah.
And as you sit here today,
Most tool bags are useful. They store tools.
are you still in fear of defending?
Yes, I am.
Plus, example,
You called the police, Ms. Gitani? Who'd you call?
I first called Detective Ryan Kelly.
When did you first get into communication?
Did she just say Tully?
Who'd you call?
I first called Detective Ryan Kelly.
When did you first get into communication?
Detective who? Anybody catch that? I don't know if that's going to be important or not.
I first called Detective Ryan Kelly.
When did you first
Tully.
get
Yeah. Sorry.
into communication? Get in communication with Lieutenant Detective Tully.
I believe that was around mid-December.
When did you first meet him?
I first met him at my home.
How did that come about?
Someone had put me in contact with him.
Who was that?
Adam.
She put the notes in her shirt. He didn't dispose them or throw them away. She ripped them out of his notepad and put them in her shirt. It wouldn't be him throwing it away at all.
Special Prosecutor Ken Mello,
And when did you start talking to him?
roughly around the same time, I think mid-December.
So you were in touch with the prosecutor of your boyfriend?
Objection, Your Honor. We're going to get into the conspiracy stuff. I think you already ruled that we're going to try to keep this focused on.
oh, I lost it.
So you're in touch with the prosecutor of your boyfriend,
Well, we had broken up by that point. We broke up roughly, I believe, the December 9th, or somewhere in there.
No.
but you didn't really break up, did you? Because you were together after that. You had sexual relations after that, correct?
Once we did, but we were no longer in a relationship.
So you revisited the relationship, it's fair to say.
I wouldn't say revisit relationship because it was only sexual at the time.
So sexual relations, but didn't engage in anything outside of sexual relations?
Specifically,
So I'm just trying to be polite. I mean, did you revisit the relationship with Mr. Carney or just have sex or what was it?
I don't understand the question.
What should be phrased the question?
So how many times did you have sexual relations?
Is she being purposefully obtuse? Is she stupid or being purposefully obtuse? Bridal's saying, like, were you still in a relationship? Did you said you broke up? Did you rekindle? Oh, we only had sex once. I'm a little lost.
With Mr. Carney after December?
I believe it was one.
How many times did you?
I believe it was once.
Send text messages to him?
Probably several.
Probably hundreds, right?
I don't know. I don't have any.
Well, so just getting back to
Probably several. Probably hundreds. I don't know. I didn't count. But you can tell the difference between several. Like, my dick is several inches long versus my dick is hundreds of inches long. I don't know. I didn't count. I have a problem with her. I have a problem with her. I'm sorry. I have a problem with her.
to what counsel asked you about, you calling the police the next morning. What time did you call the police?
I don't call.
Was it, you didn't call 911, correct?
No, I did not.
So you didn't even call the Medfield police, did you?
I spoke with my building.
But only after.
You didn't even call the Medfield police, did you? I spoke with the Medfield police. Thank you for answering my question. You didn't call the Medfield police.
Lieutenant Tully called the Medfield police, right?
Correct.
And was that in your presence?
That, the phone call that was wrong?
Yep.
No.
So let's just get the timeline right here. You wake up the next morning. What's the first thing you do relative to Mr. Carney and what happened the night before?
I called Detective Brian Tully.
And was that a prearranged plan that you were going to call him after you had him come over?
No.
Did you agree to do that prior to him, Mr. Carney coming over? So let's rewind a little more. The day before, Lieutenant Detective Tully comes over with a subpoena, correct?
Correct.
And did you know that he was coming to see you?
No, I did not.
When he got to your house, was he alone or was he with anybody?
He was with another detective.
And what was his name?
I cannot recall.
And did they announce themselves as far as why they were there?
I wasn't home when they arrived.
When did you first see him?
They got there when I was gone. I was picking up a rental car. So I got home and saw them at my front lobby.
And what was the interaction? What did you say? What did he say?
I said hello. They asked if we could talk, if there was somewhere private we could talk. So we went to the business center. There's a larger common area next to the business center. We went out.
And what did you talk about? What was the first thing that was said when you sat down?
I don't recall the first thing.
What do you recall?
You know, it's weird. It's fucking weird. She recalls the first thing she said was hello. And he said, is there someplace we could talk? And she took him to the business center that was next to this place. And then he asked, what's the next thing that was said? And then she doesn't fucking recall. She recalls all the things that aren't important, but she doesn't recall any of the things that are important. Like, am I taking crazy pills here? Am I taking crazy pills here? Like, I'm not buying what she's selling.
I recall.
I'm not saying the Turtleboy didn't do anything. I just want to be very fucking clear about this. But as it stands, as a witness, I don't believe a word she's fucking saying.
And I said I was very nervous about getting involved with
Very nervous about getting involved with something, huh?
the pending case with Aiden, and I was very nervous about if he found out I was.
So he had asked her to get involved with the pending case against Aiden. Why didn't she just say? The next thing we talked about was he asked me to get involved with the pending case against Aiden. I haven't had that much yet, bro. I mean, there's a lot of water in there, and there isn't nearly a lot of whiskey, and I've had a ton of pizza, so I don't even know if it's probably going to affect me. But all I'm saying is that, like, none of this fucking makes any sense to me. She's a shit witness.
Were to testify, what he would do to retaliate against me.
In terms of testifying, I mean, he'd already been indicted, right, in the ring.
Correct.
And did they explain to you why they were giving you a subpoena?
Judge, again, I object to just say that we're bearing a little bit off of the reason we're here today. I'd ask that we keep it relevant.
Hold on,
Thank you. Did they say why they're giving you a subpoena to an investigation that's already been resolved in the grand jury?
Why would she help him? Well, why would she be honest? Why wouldn't she just be honest? Why wouldn't she just say straight away, like, answer the questions honestly? I always give the same advice for testifying, whether it's in front of a deposition or whatever. There's 5 basic rules of testifying. It's 5. First one is, before you answer the question, you count to 5. The reason why you count to 5 slowly is it gives your attorney time to object if he needs to object. Number 2, if you can answer the question yes or no, you answer the question yes or no, and then you shut the fuck up. If you can answer it yes, you answer it yes. If you can answer it no, you answer it no. If you think there's something that needs to be explained, stop and consider that you're not the attorney. Let your attorney ask follow-up questions. You answer yes or no, and then you shut the fuck up. If you don't know the answer, then you say, I don't know. You don't say anything else. You just say, I don't know, and then you shut the fuck up. There are some questions that you can't answer with yes or no. The questions you can't answer with yes or no, or I don't know, something that's going to take a sentence to respond to, answer it in one sentence. There's not a question that a defense or a plaintiff's counsel, there's not a single question that an attorney can ask you while you're on the stand that would take more than one sentence to respond to. So you sit there and you think silently until you can answer the question in one sentence. And then the 5th rule is always tell the truth. If they catch you in a little lie, the next thing you know, they can be questioning everything. Falso in uno, falso in omnibus. So why would she help him? She wouldn't, but she would tell the truth.
They said that I am a witness and that I need to testify.
They said that would protect you, didn't they?
No,
That if they made you a witness, that would protect you from Mr. Carney, right?
no, absolutely not.
They didn't say that. No officer said that. That's your testimony?
No officer ever said that.
Wow, she couldn't recall. But did they say that they'd protect you? Oh, I know exactly about that. Fucking crazy.
And once they served you with a subpoena, what did they say about what you were going to testify about?
Any,
Objection relevance, Judge.
Idiocy, Your Honor.
Well, hearsay is admissible. He's doing it again.
It goes to our defense, Your Honor, that this whole thing's a setup, that she actually had nothing to testify about.
Oh, God.
you told me that there was going to be another grand jury convening and that I would need to testify in front of that grand jury.
Did you ever prep with them for your testimony?
Oh, you let her get away. You let her get away. What were you going to testify about? And then all of a sudden she says where she's going to testify. She doesn't answer what she's going to testify about. Fuck. Good night, Lopper.
No, because that was the first time I heard the summons.
Okay, so the summons was for the following Wednesday, right?
See, Bradle, that's the problem with being amped up. Bradle's all amped up. He fucking missed that. He fucking missed that.
I don't recall the date.
So it was for the week, it was about a week away, right? And did you ever meet with them to prep your testimony?
That was the first day I got the summons, so I had never prepped
From then until the date, did you ever meet with them to prep your testimony?
until like,
The date on the subpoena?
What date are you referring to? If it's
The
anything
date on the
before this
subpoena.
hearing, this incident, I'll allow it. If it's anything after this incident, it's excluded. Okay, next question.
Just trying to catch up to you, Your Honor, sorry, just one second.
Anything up till the 20, what was the date? She contacted the 26th. Is that right, Counsel?
She contacted the detective telling me 24th.
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 Anything up to the 24th, I don't know. Anything else?
So Judge, if I could make it offer proof, the reason I'm questioning that is because the fact that she was served a subpoena, you would think that if it was a legitimate investigation rather than engineering an
No,
incident.
it's not relevant to this hearing today. It's a civil hearing. It may be relevant to something else, another hearing between parties, but it's not relevant to this.
All right, thank you. Please know my.
It's up to the 24th.
So on the 24th of December, you received a subpoena. Sorry, on the 22nd, you received a subpoena, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then how long after you received the subpoena and the detectives left were you in touch with Mr. Carney?
I don't recall. I know, I think I spoke with him that night, but I don't.
If I could just have one more, please.
Okay.
So isn't it true that you,
You know, that's a real good mic that the news crew have. Remind me the next time I am the attorney when there is a television crew behind me to be very cautious about discussing things because, boy,
called Mr. Carney at about 4 p.m. on the 22nd, only an hour, let's say, plus or minus, after Lieutenant Detective Tully and his partner left.
Could be correct, and I don't know exact time.
So you don't remember the details of this, did you?
I remember calling him, but I don't know exact time.
So it was the same day though, right? It wasn't at 10 o'clock at night, it wasn't dark out, it was the same day, right?
Correct.
Okay, so Tully leaves you a subpoena for a grand jury investigation next week. But did you ever testify, just yes or no?
No, it's being rescheduled.
So it was canceled, so you never testified.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Have you ever been back in touch with them about arranging a date?
I have been in touch with them, but we have not figured out anything because of the court dates that I'm currently dealing with even now.
So it's just floating out there with no date on it, right? Okay.
and we still don't know what she's going to testify about.
So you get the subpoena. Did you make any sort of a plan with these detectives to contact Aiden about it?
No.
Did they tell you? Sort of a plan with these detectives to contact Aiden about it?
No.
Did they
That was a weird pause.
you make any sort of a plan with these detectives to contact Aiden about it?
No.
Did they
No, that was weird.
tell you whether to contact him or not?
I asked them if I was allowed to tell them about it, and they said,
So they said yes. They didn't.
I asked them if I was allowed to tell them about it, and they said yes.
They didn't say, gee, well, since you've had so many problems with him, you should probably not contact him. They didn't say anything like that.
No.
They said it was okay to contact him,
they didn't, they said that it was okay. I asked if it was okay if I could, and they said yes.
and they didn't discourage you, did they? They said it was okay.
They said yes.
Did you tell them you were going to contact him?
No.
So they leave. You get on the phone with Aiden, and you tell him what happened, right? And then there was some texting that happened after that. And just to summarize it, the texting was that you were sorry that you got involved with this. You were sorry that you spied on him for people that are antagonistic to him in the Reed case, and that you just wanted to get out of the whole
Yeah,
thing.
one question at a time.
Sure, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
3 questions.
Sure. The gist of your communications with him was that you were sorry for taking the position.
You know, it's really sad and pathetic when the judge has to make your objections for you. What the fuck is her attorney doing? Just sleeping over there?
Against him, and that you just wanted to get out of it somehow, right?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. You contacted him, and you had a change of heart back to Mr. Carney, and you wanted to communicate with him, and you told him you were sorry about getting involved with the other side, right?
I told him I was sorry, but it was in relation to something else.
And what was it in relation to?
He was angry that I had been in contact with a woman he is not fond of,
And who's that?
Kate Peter.
And what's the gist of your knowledge of the relationship between Ms. Peter and Mr. Carney?
Fucking Turtleboy's conspiracy theory starting to make sense. I never fucking thought I'd say that. Is the fucking conspiracy theory starting to make sense? Jesus Christ.
As far as I know, they have had an ongoing feud over several years. She also has a YouTube show, and they go at it with each other. I don't really, that's all really I know. I know that they argue a lot and they have different court proceedings with each other.
And when you broke up with Mr. Carney near the 9th of December, thereabouts, you then started to give Ms. Peter information? Is that right?
Objection for
Stay,
relevance.
it's to stay.
The council wants to engage in discovery.
I said to stay.
Thank you.
So just to get back to this this evening, you invited Mr. Carney over to talk more in person, right?
I sent him a picture of his summons, and that first night, that was a Friday, the 22nd, he said that he was not going to come over, that you, Mr. Riedel, his attorney, had advised him not to. And then he came over the next day, the 23rd. He wanted to talk about it in person.
So we agree that you invited him over to do this, right?
I wouldn't say I invited him, it was a mutual decision.
I wouldn't say I invited him. I'd say it was a mutual decision. I honestly don't know who the old guy standing by the judge is. it seems like that they have a lot of extraneous people in courts in Massachusetts. Like, I would guess the clerk would be sitting right here. You can't see but I would guess the clerk would be sitting where that red folder is in that little cockpit area there. But this gal in the on the far right with the face mask on, I mean, maybe she's a court reporter or something. I don't know. So that's a good question, BB. And one thing that I have noticed is that every woman who has ever been with Turtleboy and has ended the relationship with Turtleboy has ended up like palsy, wowsy, best friends with Kate. Like, as far as I know, every one of them. The Jilted Lovers Club.
On Friday. Oh, Saturday, sorry. Friday was the first night where he was not, I did invite him over on Friday.
So on 12/22, you sent him a text.
I didn't catch what she said. I was thinking other thoughts. I'm sorry.
On Friday. Oh, Saturday, sorry. Friday was the first night where he was not, I did invite him over on Friday.
I did invite him over on Friday. So there you go.
So on 12/22, you sent him a text that said,
Well, she just testified that she invited him over. Biff, put your white knight down. She just testified she invited him over, bro. Like, you're so busy white knighting that you're not listening to the testimony of the witness.
says, can you come over tonight?
Yes, I got my dates and stuff. Friday I did invite him over. That's the night he did not come though.
Now, that's different than what your affidavit says, isn't it? Did you look at
Oh my God, this, holy shit. That's different than what your affidavit says, isn't it? I don't recall. Do you want to know why she doesn't recall? I will guarantee I know why she doesn't recall. She doesn't recall because she didn't write her fucking affidavit. I would almost guarantee Tully did. I would almost guarantee Tully did. I would give 7 to 1 odds that Tully did. That Tully wrote it. Oh, I'll bet she signed it, Rooster. I'll bet she signed it. I'll bet she signed it. Quit fucking white knighting, Biff. She just testified. She doesn't know what the fuck is in her affidavit, Biff. You know how you don't know if there's something in your affidavit? It's because you didn't write it. If she wrote it, I guarantee she would know what was in it. Biff. You're not being a good troll tonight, Biff. You're desperate, Biff. You're desperate. I don't think she's gonna fuck you, Biff.
your affidavit in preparation for
Because
today?
I do not have it in front of me.
You don't remember that you said that he, words to the effect that he barged in and he demanded to see it, and he demanded to come over and interrogate you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Saying that the affidavit is itself.
All right, we'll go through it, Your Honor.
You know, just to note an objection that we were handed text messages and a flash drive.
What's this guy? This guy's fucking popping up about text messages. Braylon just says, we're gonna go over her affidavit, and her attorney pops up. Oh, we were just handed, like Braylon just said that he just handed it. Didn't he just say he just handed it to him like right before the hearing?
About 5 minutes before coming up here. We haven't had well, it depends on how much Mr. Brady's going to get into it.
5 minutes before the hearing starts, it's barely given.
Judge, I just met these gentlemen this morning. I had no idea they existed.
It was literally, yeah, this is what I'm going to get into. There's a million text messages. I'll see you up there.
We'll take a recess to allow you to review it. This case is 10 minutes.
Court, all rise. Court, all rise. Court's back in session. May you sit, please make quiet with the court. Make sure you self submit all. Thank you.
May I inquire?
Yes, we have, unfortunately, I had some issues opening them, but I got the past 10 minutes I was able to review, and I got through about 60%.
You know, just for the record on that, I mean, she's the moving party. She had a summons with my address and phone number, and I think she already had my card before that. You know, if they wanted to look at this stuff before today, they could have reached out to me. And I didn't know they even existed until this morning. So I would just want you to think that I was holding on to something that I could have given to them. Thank you. Thank you. So, Ms. Catani, we were talking about your texting with Mr. Carney on 12/22. Okay, and I have it here. You can look at it, and if you want me to approach and show you, you can do that. But I'm just going to try to question you on it. But
Good play by the new attorney. Good play by the young man. He got Bradle off the affidavit. Bradle was going to impeach her on her own affidavit, and through a little bit of quick thinking, the new attorney got Bradle off of it. So point to the petitioner's attorney and point taken from Bradle. Bradle needs to slow down, take notes, remember where he was at.
you know, your memory is in and out. So if you want me to show you, I'll be happy to show you. Okay. So at about 2:45 p.m., Mr. Carney reached out to you on the 22nd and said, "Hey, sorry, I missed your call."
All right. So why is she standing? Asks Scott. I'm going to guess she's standing because this person right here is most likely in the witness box. I'm guessing. And this person right here, the person with the face mask is sitting in what appears to be the witness box. And that is probably taking, that's probably a court reporter who's taking down everything. So that's why I am guessing the witness is standing.
Did you watch? Meaning, did you watch his arraignment that morning? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So had you been served with this subpoena by then?
I don't believe so. No, I have not.
Okay. And you mentioned that you were busy, and you said congratulations about the arraignment. Very happy for you, right? And he says thanks. Remember that?
Right.
Then you say to him, "I really have to talk to you though about something. I'll be tied up for the next couple hours though." Remember saying that?
I do.
And that is a reference to meeting with the police.
I believe so.
So you were texting him this right before you went into your meeting with the police?
I was in the main lobby of my complex getting my mail, and when I saw the detectives, and I was simultaneously texting with Aiden.
And when Aiden asks you about what are you tied up about, right? And you say, "Don't text me until I call you back," right?
Yes.
And you don't want him to be on the record, so to speak, texting you when you're talking to the police? Is that what that's about?
No.
So you say, "Don't text me until I call you back." He says, "Why?" And you don't answer him. You just say again, "Don't call or text," right?
Correct.
And why was that?
Because I was going to be meeting with the detectives, and I didn't want my phone going off. I wouldn't be able to take any calls while I was meeting.
And then he says, "Why?" again, and you don't explain again. You just say, "Just don't," right?
Correct.
And he thinks that's shady, right? He says that's shady.
Correct.
And it was shady, wasn't it?
Define shady.
This whole thing was shady because it was a setup to get Mr.
Objection. Define shady.
Right? Just say withdrawn.
Come on, Bradle. You're not playing to a jury. Relax, dude. This is a fucking Perry Mason.
After he says shady, you invite him over, right?
This is the 22nd referring to?
Yep.
Yeah.
You say to him, "Can you come over tonight?" Right?
Yeah.
And that's on the 22nd, right?
Correct.
You're not afraid of him.
At that point, no.
He's never laid a hand on you.
No, you're not.
You invite him over.
Correct.
But your testimony is that you've been broken up since the 9th of December, right?
Correct.
Now you want him to come over.
Correct.
Why'd you want him to come over?
To discuss the summons.
Why didn't you just text with him or communicate with him? If he was doing all these horrible things to you, putting things on the internet, threatening you, demanding this, demanding that, why not just send him the screenshots, the text messages?
Because I believe it's easier to talk to somebody in person, have a conversation.
Because you still wanted to use this subpoena to get back together with him, right?
False.
Well, you could have texted, you could have added to.
So I have this niggling little issue in my head. She wants to talk to him. It's easier to talk in person, and yet there's hundreds. Maybe I'm taking Bradle's word for it. There's hundreds of text messages between them. So she's obviously comfortable texting. Like, let's see, they were together September, October, 4 months. In 4 months, I haven't texted my wife 100 times. There's not 100 texts between me and my wife in 4 months. There's probably like 25. I don't know, man. Fucking weird.
To the thousands of pages of text, pictures, sexting, everything you've communicated.
Thousands of pages of pictures, texts, text pictures, and sexting. Huh, thousands of pages. Thousands? I don't know. None of this makes any fucking sense. I'm sorry.
Communicated on the Facebook text record, but you chose to use this subpoena to have him come over tonight, in your words, right?
No.
Well, isn't that what you just said? You said, can you come over tonight? Because you wanted to discuss the subpoena,
To
right?
discuss it, I didn't use him to have him come back. I wanted to discuss this in person.
So I'm just going to echo those words again. You just said, I wanted to discuss the subpoena in person, right?
Correct.
That was your testimony just now.
She wanted to discuss the subpoena in person.
That's different than your affidavit, isn't it?
Which part?
Where you paint a picture in your affidavit that Mr. Carney is the one that's desperate to.
Objection, Your
Can
Honor.
you refer to the affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor.
At least he finally fucking got back to the affidavit.
You have a copy of the affidavit?
I do, Your Honor.
Page, start on the bottom of page 4, Your Honor. I messaged Aiden a picture of my summons,
Wait, one second. Where are we?
bottom of page 4, Your Honor. Second line up from the bottom.
You there, counsel?
One moment, Your Honor. One second, thank you.
So up until then in your affidavit, you were talking about how you were afraid of him revealing information about you, right?
Correct.
And at that point, you had betrayed his trust, right?
Could you rephrase that?
Yeah. Do you know what betrayed his trust means?
I don't
Objection,
know.
Your Honor. You can ask the question without harassing.
You went to the other side against him, and you communicated with them, and you fed the police, his rival, Ms. Peter, the witnesses that he say are the actual murder conspirators in the Reed case. You were cooperating with them and feeding them information on Mr. Carney, right?
Objection to relevance. Thank you.
So I'm just explaining the betrayed the trust, Judge.
No, one question at a time, Mr. Gray.
Sure.
I don't see-
I'm sorry. So you betrayed his trust.
I don't believe I betrayed his trust. I believe I was then taking this Peter. I'm a grown woman and I have the right to have another female friend to then develop my relationship.
Okay. So
I don't believe I betrayed his trust. I just wanted to have another female friend to discuss, to vent about my relationship with. And the person she chooses to be her female friend, to vent about her relationship with Turtleboy about, is Kate. I'm fixated on Turtleboy, Peter. I have a lot of problems with this witness and her testimony. And nothing that has been said by her has reduced my impression that there is something to Turtleboy's conspiracy theory. I'm not saying it happened that way, but there hasn't been, she hasn't thrown any spanners in the wrench or in the works of his, maybe the bourbon is affecting me. She hasn't done anything to make me think that the conspiracy theory is an impossibility or even an improbability. No. Aiden's a narcissist. They were broken up, right? Okay. Now keep that in mind. So, I didn't mean to have that. So why does she have to have another female friend to vent about her relationship with Turtleboy? If they were broken up, what relationship? Aiden's a narcissist. What relationship is she venting about if they don't have a relationship? Aiden? I guess you're not going to respond.
We'll leave it there. So then
They don't have a romantic relationship, but another kind. They're having sex, and there's hundreds of pages of or thousands, apparently, pages of text and pictures and sexting between them. I'm a simple man. That sounds like a relationship. They're fucking and they're talking. If they were just fucking and not talking, maybe not a relationship. If they were just talking, maybe not a relationship, but the fucking and talking, that's a relationship.
you're afraid that because you did that, that he would retaliate, right?
Correct.
And perhaps another word for retaliating or threatening to do something is that he's trying to defend himself from what he found out was your attacks on him. Isn't that another way of putting it?
Objection, Your Honor.
So you say, I'm on page 4, Your Honor. I messaged Aiden a picture of my summons because I thought that if he knew they were forcing me to testify, then he wouldn't retaliate against them. So he had ulterior motives?
No.
Then you write, he wanted to meet up to discuss my summons in person. That's a lie, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Your text message is literally, can you come over tonight?
That is a lie. That is a lie. Like, how is this not a lie? He just established it that she invited him over. Does literally everybody in Massachusetts lie for like a fucking living? Is Massachusetts so alienated from the truth that literally everybody in Massachusetts lies? Christ.
Correct?
Are you referring to the 22nd?
Yes.
I did clarify this already. The 22nd, I have to come over.
I think the testimony was individual, that's it.
But it's fair to say that you started the notion of having him come in person, right?
Yes, and when he said he would not, at your advice, I said fine. I have a text message where I said fine.
It was individual, that's it.
But it's fair to say that you started the notion of having him come in person, right?
Yes, and when he said he would
Yes. You asked him to come over in person. Yes. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus. You know, sadly, I think Almost Anal is the one who's just been begging me to cover this. And I strongly suspect that she's not going to be happy. She's very pro Kate Peter. And I strongly suspect that she's not going to be happy with my review of this because this bitch is lying like a fucking rug. Holy shit.
not, at your advice, I said fine. I have a text message where I said fine.
You said more
And
than
then the
fine,
next
didn't you?
day- I did, and then the next day,
What else did you say?
Your Honor, can my client testify, please, about the constant interruptions?
the next day was when he willingly reached out again and wanted to meet up. And I did say it was mutual.
When he I invited him over, and then the next day he said, yeah, let's meet up. But that makes it mutual. I invited him over and then he agreed to it. So that makes it mutual. We both invited him over to my place at the same time. We both invited him over to my place at the same time.
Well, you didn't say fine when he said that on advice of counsel, I shouldn't go over there. You said, fine, that's your decision. Then if you're looking out for yourself, I have to look out for myself. I won't be calling Tim. He says, I'm just doing what my lawyer told me to do. And you said, yup, and now I have to get one and listen to mine, and they're going to find out about the baby.
That seems a little hostile. I mean, you know, why? And again, like this goes. I actually covered it. Aid, you're white knighting a little bit hard there, buddy. He contacted her to accept her invitation to come over on the 23rd. fucking shave your neck beard, bro. Tip your fedora. But that was a little bit hostile. That response there was a lot of bit hostile. Yeah, the judge seemed to believe her, and yeah, I'm just saying that I'm just saying that she's not a credible witness. Aiden hasn't gone on the stand. I might roast him just as hard or harder. So just fucking relax. Just fucking relax, bro. Yeah, and it seems a little fucking hostile, huh, the man? Seems a little fucking hostile. She's threatening to get an attorney. Why does she need to get a fucking attorney? Like, why is she threatening Aiden with getting an attorney? Riddle me that. She's threatening Aiden with getting a fucking attorney. I don't understand.
That's what you said, right?
Well, those sentences were broken up. I said the first part first, and then I said, and by the way, they're also going to find out about the baby because Detective Tully and the other detective whose name I can't remember, when they came to my house, they asked me why I was still in communication with Ada, and I told them it was a personal matter that I did not want to discuss.
So the detectives are going to find out that you're pregnant from Aiden? What would that change? What would that? You would be the first baby mama to testify against her baby daddy.
So you thought that it would help you at the time to get Aiden to your place if you threatened to tell him that you were going to reveal the existence of a baby.
No, I was warning him, just so you know, they are.
I was warning him. It would be a shame if we burned your business, or it'd be a shame if your business happened to burn down. Well, I'm not threatening to burn it down. I'm just warning you. No, Aiden, I'm not this dumb. You are. You're the one whose bias is controlling you. I'm the one who, whenever I say shit about Kate, I get all the thumbs up from Turtleboy fans and all the down votes from Kate's fans. And whenever I say shit about Turtleboy, I get all the thumbs up from Kate fans and all the thumbs down from Turtleboy fans. But I keep saying exactly what the fucking truth is because I'm not biased either side. You're the guy who named yourself after Turtleboy. You're the one who's biased. You're the dumb one, sir and or madam. How fucking retarded and obsessed do you have to be to name yourself after someone you despise? You had a choice, and you chose to name yourself after someone you despise. You're fucking, like, you don't belong here, dude. You need to leave.
I find out because they were asking me questions about why we were still in contact all the way.
He says who, and you say grand jury. Tully and the other guy asked us, and then it just stops, right?
Correct.
Then that's it for the 22nd. So it's fair to say on the 22nd, you invited him over, and it didn't work out, right?
Amen, brother. Amen. Amen. They'll teach you shit you didn't know was possible.
He did not come over, correct?
And that made you mad
No, I did not.
because you threatened to get a lawyer and go after him,
I
right?
threatened to get a lawyer. I said I would have to get a lawyer too.
Then on the 23rd,
Why does she have to get a lawyer? Why? What am I missing that she has to get a fucking lawyer on? What am I missing that she has to get a lawyer on? Why is she threatening Turtleboy with getting a lawyer? I'm looking at side chat, and no one has said why she has to threaten Turtleboy with a lawyer.
you initiate contact at around 12:19 p.m. Out of the blue, you contact him and you say to him, I don't deserve you to love me.
False.
And approach.
There were many messages before that.
Yeah, approach.
Are we going to talk about the messages leading up to that, or are we just going to go cherry pick?
Well, Mr. Aikman, you said that was first.
This is all I have, Your Honor. This is what and I have an exhibit to
You
give
say that
you.
is all you have, but what?
This is the text string. There's no other
Oh, you're
message.
fine with that section, right?
This is it. I have it right here.
Well, apparently he says, counsel is saying there was
I disagree. I don't have anything else.
a text message leading up.
My understanding is that the defendant has a history of manipulating text messages and chains to make it look like, to fit the story that he's telling.
You probably have a cell phone, right?
Yeah, I have not fully collected her cell phone and reviewed every single message from her phone, but her
Hmm. I don't know what that even means, Shuggy. I'm not muted. I'm speechless. These fuckers go in here. These fuckers go in here. They have made apparently there are allegations. Apparently there are allegations in the affidavit that relate to text messages being sent back and forth. And this fucking attorney says, I basically what he's saying here, when he says I haven't reviewed every single message from her phone, what he's basically saying is I haven't reviewed any of the messages on her phone. That's what he's saying. Like, it might not sound like that's what he's saying, but that's what he's saying. This dude doesn't know fuck all of what's on her phone. But, it's easily solved. She says there were other messages before. Pull out her fucking phone and show us. Show us these other fucking messages.
Her testimony
She
today.
just testified to something leading up to that.
Exactly. Thank you.
So wait, her testimony was something leading up to that.
Yeah, sure. And
My question was it the first text message?
absolutely, Judge. The suggestion that anything's been messed with is completely rejected. It's completely false. And I have an entire string.
Your Honor, did you share this with me on the sit down?
Yes.
Okay. I just haven't seen these ones yet. What
I just haven't seen these ones yet. I was giving an opportunity to review all of these, and I just didn't review them all.
folder is it?
Well, she's the moving party, Judge. So all this stuff, oh, we're not ready. They're the moving party. They didn't contact. So what do you want? The suggestions that we're doing something to hide something are offensive.
They just have a right to look at what you're.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And they can look all they want.
Your Honor, we'll let her testify what is true or not regarding the conversation. I haven't had a chance to review this message yet, but
Don't you have it in front of you?
You have a spreadsheet. It's on the spreadsheet.
thank you. This is not the easiest thing to navigate, Your Honor. So he sent me a spreadsheet. I don't have what he's looking at right now unless there's links in the spreadsheet.
I trust they have their client's phone. So I'm giving them things that are their clients.
The easiest thing to do, literally, I don't know why they're not doing it, is just to have her produce her phone and show. Why are they fucking arguing on this? This is so fucking easy. Just have her fucking produce the phone and show it. Done.
So you want to approach it with,
So Judge, I could just leave it.
I think her last statement on record was that there was something leading up to that.
Sure. Let me try it this way, Judge. There was no texting leading up to that. You may have spoken with them on
No,
the
there were
phone.
many,
but-
many text messages leading up to that one that you just mentioned.
Okay. So
I can
do
tell
you have them? Let's see them.
I don't have my phone on.
In fact, you were subpoenaed to bring them here and you didn't do that,
I
did
can
you?
testify to the messages.
Can you show us?
I don't have my phone with me right now, but I can testify. to them.
This bitch didn't bring her fucking phone. Okay. Give me a 1 in chat if you think this bitch didn't bring her phone without it, just randomly didn't bring her phone. Give me a 2 in chat if you think she brought her phone and she's lying like a fucking rug right now. Or bring me a 3. Give me a 3 if she didn't bring her phone because she didn't want to have to provide the receipts. 1 if she just fucking forgot her phone. 2 if she brought her phone and is lying like a rug. Or 3 if she was told not to bring her phone. I got a half in there. I'm going to count that as 1. It doesn't look like anybody's buying what she's fucking selling. So apparently I'm not the only one who doesn't trust this bitch. I'm not the only one who doesn't trust this bitch. There's a big old, you can't see it, but there's a big old fucking bag right here, right in front of Bradle. There's a big fucking leather bag, and I'll bet it's hers. She looks like a big purse kind of gal. It's a big fucking bag right there. I would fucking bet my left testicle that her phone is in that bag. She did not leave her house without the phone. She has that phone with her. She probably has it turned off, and she knows they can't search her bag, but she fucking has that phone. It's fucking White Knight, dude. You're so fucking stupid, it hurts. Jesus. That's not her bag. That's not her bag. Yeah, it's the fucking attorney's bag, bro. Yeah, it's a satchel. You dumb shit. You dumb shit. He has a satchel. It's on his lap. That's what he was looking at the papers on, you dumb shit. He doesn't carry a purse. Oh, Christ.
Go ahead.
Do you have any proof of it?
There was a lengthy conversation before that message about I don't deserve for you to love me, about with Aiden interrogating me about if I had been in touch with Miss K. Peter.
Just so we're clear, you're talking about a phone conversation.
No, I am talking about, or it might have been on Facebook Messenger. It was in some sort of text, either Facebook Messenger or regular text. I believe it was Facebook Messenger.
And what was that?
Many things. It was a very lengthy conversation where he was accusing me of, he had a documentary that was supposedly to be put out by Netflix, and
That bag right there.
it was canceled. And he was accusing me of getting it canceled because of information that I gave to Kate Peter.
Did that happen?
No.
Did you give information against him to Kate Peter?
Against him, I spoke about our relationship to Kate in private, venting about our relationship, not supplying her with information to whatever you're doing.
Well, let's try it this way.
Wait, what the fuck did she just say?
That was supposed to be put out by Netflix, and it was canceled. And he was accusing me of getting it canceled because of information that I gave to Kate Peter.
Did that happen?
No.
Did you give information against him to Kate Peter?
Against him, I spoke about our relationship to Kate in private, venting about our relationship, not supplying her with information to whatever you're doing.
Well, let's try it this way. You gave Ms. Kate Peter information that put Mr. Carney in a bad light.
I suppose so.
So you're communicating with Mr. Carney on texting through a phone and through Facebook Messenger
This night,
on the 23rd.
the 23rd, I can't recall. I know the majority of it was on Messenger.
So that's a yes.
Your Honor, are we going to get to something relevant to the evening of December 23rd?
So it's fair to say that in the Facebook Messenger
What was that? Was that an objection? Like, what the fuck was that?
items, that's where you admit that you've been talking to other people on the other side against Mr.
Facebook
Carney.
Messenger messages were, the majority of them were Aiden trying to
Does she eventually admit she has her phone with her? Oh boy. Oh boy, wouldn't that be fucking funny?
make me admit that I've been talking to Kate. And then after a lengthy period of time and him badgering me about talking to Kate, I finally got very upset and we had a phone conversation. And this was after he had sent me a link that I opened, which contained confidential, very sensitive information about my children that are non-public documents that he admitted to getting by using another attorney friend login credentials for mass courts.
So
that is
let
why
me
I
just
tried.
ask you another question, because this isn't a situation where you're allowed to just give a narrative unless the
I
court
thought
says
that's
so.
what you were doing.
So
Sorry.
I'd like to just ask you the next question, if I may.
Sure.
So in this Facebook Messenger texting, you apologized to him, right?
I believe so.
You said, "I'm sorry this all happened," right?
Yes.
And Mr. Carney is very gracious about it, isn't he?
I would have to see the message.
So I'll
Judge,
just-
I've lost track of what date we're in and what the relevance is here. I'd object to this line question.
That's what-
Whoa. Wait a fucking minute. I would object to the second attorney jumping in there. Who the fuck is that dude? Why is Brady letting these guys tag team his ass? There is one party there. There's not two petitioners. There's one petitioner. There's one attorney who's representing her. Whoever this fucking elbow guy is, he ain't supposed to be talking. Who the fuck was that guy? Who the fuck was that guy? I want to know who the fuck that guy was.
Yes,
And Mr. Carney is very gracious about it, isn't he?
I would have to see the message.
So I'll
Judge, I've lost track of what date.
Who is this guy? Who is this guy?
We're in and what the relevance is here. I'd object to this line of question.
That's what happens when you come into a case the morning of the case, Judge, so it's not my problem.
I'm just asking that he clarify his questions. I'm getting lost.
Before you,
Who the fuck are you? You're not her fucking attorney.
examine a witness on a document, you have to tell counsel what page you're on and what you're referring to.
So Judge,
No, Dark Watch. It doesn't work that way. Not for me anyway. And you're a pretty shitty person for doing it. First of all, this has nothing to do with him being in jail or not. Second of all, only guilty people should be put in jail. Not people you don't like, but actually guilty people. It's shitty attitudes like that that really rub me the wrong way. Like you're a fucking terrible person. If he's guilty, he should be in jail. If he's not guilty, he shouldn't. Could have been. I think you meant Ratchet, and that's a great question. It's a great fucking question. No, the prosecutor isn't in there. He's most likely another attorney. She does have two attorneys in this, but you only get to have one attorney representing you at the hearing. Only one attorney gets to be jumping up and making objections. Only one attorney gets to be asking questions on examination or cross. Maybe. She says she doesn't have my phone. She doesn't say she doesn't have the phone that has the messages on it. She says she doesn't have a phone. Yeah, it's a fuck thing to say. Probably. No, this is not an emergency hearing. This is an actual full evidentiary hearing. Katie Thompson, after she had her phone, and ask if she has an alarm for phones after she had her phone turned on, my cell phone, because the company that he owns. That is. No, about 1 in 10 people in prison or jail are actually innocent. So it's about a 90%. Justice gets it right, gets a conviction on a guilty person more often than on an innocent person. It's not just the attorney. Exactly. All right.
I've given counsel all these. I've mentioned that it's 12:23, so all you have to do is go to 12:23, and they'll have the same screen that I have. 12:23 in Facebook messages. And counsel can, certainly address whatever parts they want. And I don't want to. We've taken up a lot of the court's time. I'm just trying to cut to the chase. And Mr. Carney says to you, and this is along the lines of my suggestion, he's being very gracious. He says, and if you confess to me that you've done all this, I would forgive you. I know you're expecting me to be the person Kate told you is me. And years ago I may have been, but I'm not that person anymore. I'm not vengeful. I don't care how badly you wrong me. It hurt the part about Allison and my mom becoming public. It hurt when Chrissy did it too, but life is too short for grudges.
Your Honor, objection again to relevance.
Well, Judge, if I may, she's saying that he's hostile and angry and she's scared of him. And he's saying, I forgive you, it's okay.
Your Honor, this
Things
is
that are inconsistent with that.
related to the incident of abuse. This is all stuff that's happened before the incident.
This is her luring him over there. He says, it's really okay if you want to tell me the truth. We can talk about it and I won't hold it against you. I don't want to be your enemy. And that's when you said, I'm sorry, this has all happened, right?
Correct.
He's gracious, he's conciliatory, he's not threatening. There's no reason to be afraid of Mr. Carney, right?
There was, because he did threaten me with private confidential documents about my children. Just because you say, I'm going to release these documents, that's not a threat, doesn't mean it's not a threat.
But if he is in need of defending himself against your betrayal, isn't he entitled to that?
To publish,
No, I don't think he's entitled to that. And I totally believe that Aiden would threaten to release someone's private documents. I mean, after all, how many times has he published portions of DCSF files from Kate's kids? I mean, it's a shitty thing to do, and he's the kind of guy who does shitty things like that. I totally believe that he threatened her with it.
documents he has no legal access to.
If
on the
they
internet for
destroy
all
your
years.
credibility, it certainly is, isn't it?
No, it's illegal for him to get those documents. In the first place.
Where's it legal?
He used
Objection,
them-
Judge. She's not an attorney. She doesn't know what's.
Why does he have? Why are there two? Why isn't Bradel objecting to this?
Legal or not
So
legal.
then I strike the testimony, move to strike the testimony. So
As I
after,
understand, only lawyers have like an access to mass courts.
yes, sir. So just for the record on that, Judge, I think there's a bit of a conflation there, okay? In the sense that mass courts wouldn't have sealed or impounded or confidential documents on it. Mass courts is just a way for certain people that are allowed to get into it to access the court dockets, but it's really just a reflection of what you would get when you went to the clerk's office. And so I don't want the court, I know the court certainly knows this, but I just want to suggest for the record that I think the witness is conflating access to public documents through mass courts with going to the courthouse and getting them when you would absolutely be entitled to do so. And Mr. Carney is an investigative journalist who's very good at what he does. And he would, when he's attacked by someone, he has every right, as we all do, to go and get documents that he could use to defend himself. And that's what's
Sadly, he does. He does wake off on camera.
happening here. Because she happens to know something about a journalist having access to mass courts, and he's certainly not the only journalist probably in this room that has access to mass courts.
Is your argument that he went to her home against your advice to get information in his defense against this witness?
No, Your Honor, no, I'm saying that I'm addressing her statement that she's afraid of him because of this stuff. She created the situation by betraying his trust, by going to these people and spilling all this investment.
Bradel, oh my God, you're doing so good. You're doing so good. And now you're saying essentially that the victim is to blame, that she forced Turtleboy to get confidential documents about her kids and threaten her with them because she has talked to Kate Peter. Bradel. What the fuck, bro?
About him to them to use against him. So she's claiming that she's afraid of him, Your Honor, and she's here inviting him to the house and apologizing. And Mr. Carney is acting in the text messages completely inconsistent with the idea that he's a threatening, horrible person when he's like, I forgive you, it's okay, tell the truth. These are the things in their text stream that he's telling her.
I think it was tactically a bad choice for Bradel. Instead of pushing her as if she's mistaken or as if she's lying about, because she's had this fucking track record. Like she's been lying. She's been lying. But this thing about the confidential records, Bradel, instead of pushing back at her on it, instead of saying, basically prove that he has these things. Show us the text where he sends you these confidential records. Show us, do you have anything? did you bring these texts with you today? Did you bring these communications with you today that show that he sent you these confidential documents? Instead of pushing back on that, Bradle basically concedes, and then essentially tries to justify Turtleboy sending these confidential documents to her as if Turtleboy was forced to do that. Well, you know, I'm not. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like you're in the thick of it. He didn't know what she was going to testify to. You know, it was a mistake. I'm not saying he's done pretty well. He's done pretty well. But this tactically, I think this was a huge mistake. And you know, mistakes get made in the heat of things. You know, he's going down a track. He's gone through all of Turtleboy's records. He's probably seen these documents, and so he knows. So instead of like prove it, he essentially concedes the point, and he tries to justify it. And I think it would have been way stronger if he had said, you know, did you offer anything to show? I mean, do you have anything today besides your testimony to show that you know, show us on your phone where he sent these to you? And all of a sudden she'd have an aching desire to produce the phone, wouldn't she? He's not a clown. He's not a clown. I mean, show me video of you trying a case. Show me video of you trying a case. Let's see how well you do.
Completely contradicts, we contend, her affidavit. So you said, I'm sorry this has all happened. And then he says, do you want to talk about it? I promise I won't be mad at you.
You know what? That might have cost him everything right there. That really might have. Because now, like with that in context in place, with he has just threatened her with revealing the sensitive nature of her kids, and whatever effect that has on her. Mothers tend to want to protect their children and not want to have their children's private details put out. And so now all of a sudden she's very, I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. And you know what? It makes a lot of sense. All of a sudden it makes a lot of sense that she's going to play a part. That she's going to go along with it to keep Turtleboy from divulging this information. Now the conspiracy is starting to break down. Now I'm starting to get motivation for her to fuck Turtleboy. You're going to threaten my kids? How about fuck you? Yeah. Right here. Mark my words. Right here at 1 hour and 8 minutes. That's when Turtleboy lost.
Right?
Okay.
Well, so again, he's focused on going down that particular path. So, you know, I don't expect for him to let it go. He hasn't stepped back. I mean, I'm in a nice comfortable chair in my own house, no pants, having a cocktail. It's not my client. I'm not in the pressure of the situation. I get to look at it from a much more relaxed position. So, I mean, I can't blame him because he's in the and he's focused on it. So,
Just one moment, please, Ron. Just switching back to the texting. So now on the 23rd at 12:19 p.m., then
that doesn't make him a bad attorney. That does not make him a bad attorney at all. If you take hard cases, you're going to lose them. There are There are attorneys who appear before the Supreme Court, insanely good attorneys who have losing records because they take hard cases. It doesn't make him bad. You don't know what you're talking about To Kill a Mockingbird. You're absurd. To Kill a Mockingbird.
For whatever reason, you guys switched back to texting, right?
Can you repeat that?
At 12:19 p.m. on 12:23, you're now texting, and that's where you say to him, the first text of the day is, "I don't deserve you to love me," right?
I can't recall if we had switched it back to that point. I'd have to see.
You want to see it? Sure. May I approach it?
You have that, Counsel?
Yes, thank you. So we agree that the first text of the day is 12:19 p.m. You say to him, "I don't deserve you to love me," right?
Correct, but just to clarify, it's 12:19, like we've been talking up until midnight, so it's not like I knew, but I've been just.
Am I retarded? 11 p.m. So it'd be 12 a.m. would be midnight. Am I retarded?
Continue our conversation
So
from
the,
Messenger.
I can show it to you again, but the text stream says 12:19 p.m. Does that refresh your memory at all?
Can I see it one more time? I'm sorry, I didn't look at
It's
the.
perfectly fine. May I approach, John?
PM. PM.
Oh, yeah, okay, there were similar messages when I got forward.
So we agree it's 12:19 p.m., right?
Yes, correct.
I don't deserve you to love me. And then you say, "I'm so sorry," right?
Correct.
And then he responds, "Maybe not," meaning maybe you don't deserve to love him, but I do. I believe in forgiveness, and holding on to hate makes me a worse person. I cannot help but feel empathy for you. I don't expect you to understand. I believe that you are truly sorry. I believe you would take it back if you could. Right?
Correct.
Meaning the betrayal.
I think that's subjective, but sure.
So then you text back a long paragraph, right?
I don't know.
For texting anyway, as far as texting goes, about 10 lines. You say, in response to him saying, "I believe you are truly sorry. I believe you take it back," you say, "I am and I would." You are sorry and you would take it back, right?
Yes, I
Now, why would you take back what you did with respect to Kate Peter and the police and everything else?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Why are there attorneys? It's really bothering me. And what's even worse is with two attorneys, they're that passive sitting over there. They let Bradle get away with a lot of shit.
I have loved you and still do, right? That's what you said.
Yes.
I know there's no excuse. I was hurt and angry and also very scared and felt desperate. I'm not a demon. You say some things, and if counsel wants to put the rest of it in, they can certainly do it, but I'm just going to go down in the interest of time to halfway down the message. Everything that's going on scared me, and I felt like I have a thumb drive that I'm going to offer, yes. Everything that's going on scared me, and I felt like I had no one to turn to or confide in or even vent to. I know now I made a big mistake talking to her, meaning Kate Peter, right?
Correct.
But my feelings were always real. I'm so sorry. And then you say something to get him over to your house, right?
I don't know.
You said, "But I think we should save anything else for in person."
Correct.
So you gave him some, and now you're saying, "Come on over for the rest," right?
I'm saying it's easier to speak about in person instead of typing long text messages.
And then
They had apparently thousands of pages of texts. You know, it is distinctly possible that the conspiracy theory is still true. That once he threatened her kid, she probably still had feelings for him, but still wanted to have revenge on him, to punish him for his insolence in daring to threaten her children. She gets together with the cops. They all decide to work together. Bada boom, bada bing. Possible.
and he said, "Agreed in person." He agreed with your invitation, correct?
Correct.
You're the first person on the 23rd, just like you were the first person on the 22nd, to say, "Come over."
we had had a phone conversation, I believe, prior to this message.
And when was that?
I just said, I believe it was prior to this text message.
And Mr. Carney's demeanor and graciousness were displayed in those conversations as well, weren't they?
I wouldn't say so.
Okay, so there's no memorial of these conversations, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
And you didn't bring your phone, even though you got the subpoena on Friday, right?
No, I don't have my phone with me.
So we don't have any way to look at or test your claim on that, right?
Your Honor, she's testifying about a telephone conversation.
Well, your phone would still show a record of the phone call, and so that would be one way to prove that there had been a phone call in place. I still don't believe her. I don't believe a word of it. What she's saying about the not having the phone.
You're asking what the telephone conversation.
And these phone conversations were how many, first of all?
I don't recall.
And when were they?
I just said, I believe it was prior to that text message.
Jesus, people like you, I swear to God. What proof do you have? There's no proof that anybody could ever say in a side chat that is ever going to convince you that your Princess Kate has done anything wrong and that she's anything but a perfect angel. So why are you even asking for it? There is literally nothing that you will accept. You're being just intentionally obtuse. I've caught her in terrible lies. She's not a good person. I mean, she's a good person, but she's not a good person, if that makes any sense. You know what I'm saying?
And it's fair to say that after all of the discussion back and forth on the phone, is your testimony now, on Facebook Messenger and on texting, the only
For being broken up with the guy, she's doing a lot of texting and calling and, sex.
records we have are you inviting him over on the 22nd, and he says, no, advice of counsel. And then you on the 23rd, the only thing we have to look at is you inviting him over, but I think we should say.
Hell yeah. And that makes her a good person as far as I'm concerned.
Anything else for in person, right?
I can't recall because I don't have the messages like my phone in front of me.
Yeah, Coach Ron.
So the doctor's been asked and answered.
But she just said that she couldn't recall, Judge.
I thought this was asked and answered, i.e., there's two fucking attorneys sitting on their asses over there. Why aren't they objecting?
Thank you, Judge. I'm just going to invite your attention to the bottom, but I think we should say that.
Right, but I thought you asked prior to this if there were more conversations about him coming over. You're not going to scroll down?
My question is,
You're not going to scroll down? I think Kate would be a good friend. I think she'd be fun to hang out with. I wouldn't trust her with my bank details, but whatever. Oof, she could have sold me with those tits. Now there's not. Now there's not. Jesus, you are literally just being obtuse.
in terms of the written record, all we have,
But you didn't scroll down so I could see the written.
we'll get to that. But I'm just-
Counsel will have a chance to ask you questions after.
We'll get to the rest of it, but I'm just saying, up until now, on the 23rd, the written record from the texting and Facebook is you invite him both days to come over, right?
The second day, they said it was a mutual decision.
It was a mutual decision.
Well, so normally, one person invites. Bradle was asking about inviting. The person whose home it is will invite the other person. The other person will accept the invitation. It could happen opposite. The person could invite themselves to your home, but she's desperately trying to get out of having invited Aiden over. It's kind of sad.
So the written record just shows that you're talking about it, and Mr. Carney hasn't said anything about I want to come over.
He did on the phone.
He did on the phone. The part of the voluminous record that we don't have and we can't verify, right?
Well, it's kind of argued.
See, either way. So first of all, Tequila Mockingbird was trying to deny that Chili Watch existed because it doesn't exist now, apparently. And now, either way, that doesn't prove shit. So why were you fucking arguing it, Tequila Mockingbird? Why were you arguing it? You are literally just being obtuse. Literally, you are like, I'm not. This isn't hyperbole. You are literally being obtuse. Intentionally so.
I'll withdraw the question now. So it's fair to say that the written record that we have shows only you inviting him over. Is that a fair statement?
I don't think that's fair because I can't score one and see the other messages prior to that.
You can.
Her testimony was they spoke on the 23rd and that they mutually agreed to meet up. And then in text, she invited him over. And in text, he accepted. If that makes sense to you, great. But you're fucking retarded.
Well, you're the moving party now. So you have
But
your
you're asking me to give
information.
you my answer. That's my answer.
So-
I don't know what it's you want to say. I don't know because I can't see them.
Isn't it true that in your affidavit, you say that you
See, now it's now we're not talking about the colloquial term stalker. Now we're talking about a penal code definition of stalker. And in order for you to convince Tequila Mockingbird, Kate would have to be tried and convicted of stalking in order to be a stalker. Because Tequila Mockingbird is a fucking white knight who will do and say anything so that her gal, I'm assuming Tequila Mockingbird is female, is the good person and Aiden is the bad person. She didn't fucking know her affidavit. She didn't know what was in her affidavit. And affidavits are meaningless, by the way, except as impeachment, which is what he was trying to do with it. And he just did it very effectively. The affidavit is only for the temporary, and then she gets to actually testify to it. So her affidavit is worth toilet paper unless she testifies to it. And what she has testified to, Aiden, you fucking stupid cunt, is that she's testified that they had a conversation on the phone about it, that they mutually agreed, that then there was a text where she invited him over subsequent to the phone conversation. And subsequent to that, he accepted.
He wanted to leave you alone and not bother you, right?
Which date are we referring to? Because there were several times after we broke up where I did ask him to leave me alone and stop talking about me on his live shows, and I just wanted to move on with my.
I'm trying to placate Tequila, honestly. So I agree with you. And I will invest all the time necessary to placate Tequila.
life. But then when he wouldn't, we went back and forth. So
So
there's a lot of different conversations.
sure. So if that's the state of affairs, then you get a subpoena. Then you're sorry. Then you love him. Then you don't deserve to be loved by him. You invite him over on the 22nd, and you invite him over on the 23rd. All that's correct, right?
You're the one bringing it up. That, yes, the contradictions in her testimony. You said her affidavit said differently than her testimony. Did I say that? I haven't read her affidavit. Which makes me wonder, if I was saying that, then why are you saying to pull up her affidavit? As if I wasn't like I dumb shit. I don't know anything about this. I didn't know who these fucking people were before I started watching this. I've never read her affidavit. I am going based on what her testimony is. Her testimony is. Because her affidavit was shit at this point, other than for impeachment purposes. You keep trying to rewrite. Like, her testimony was they had a phone conversation on the 23rd. She invited him on the 22nd. He didn't come. They had a phone conversation. She hasn't testified that he called her. She didn't testify to that. She testified that they had a phone conversation on the 23rd, that they mutually agreed that he should come over. And then there are text messages
that she says were after the phone conversation, where she invites him over. And then subsequent to her inviting him over, which is by definition subsequent to the phone conversations, he accepts. That's you scroll back. You scroll back, dude. Don't fucking argue with me. You scroll back. I'm going to give you some time to scroll back, and you go ahead and do that. Scroll back. Scroll back. Detecting sarcasm. I'm hoping sarcasm.
Right?
Except the last part, we said it was a mutual decision on the 23rd, and I was very scared after he threatened me with those confidential documents about my children and releasing them. So yes.
I could hear the fear in her voice. I think she actually was scared. I think that really did fucking phase her.
I did want to talk to him in person, and I did say I was sorry because I wanted to say anything he
I did want to talk to him in person.
wanted me to hear to prevent him from releasing those documents.
But that's not what you say, is it? You say things like,
I believe her. I believe her. That was the most credible thing that she has said so far.
I don't deserve you to love me, meaning I love you, right?
I said anything at that point
Okay, so let's get to that. You're saying anything that comes to mind at this point?
about the interaction with Kate Peter, how he was angry about that and wanted me to apologize.
So what you're saying is that you're a person that will say untruths as they see as
Objection,
you
Your
see
Honor.
fit
This is
to
about-
fit this particular situation. So is it not true what you said?
With what?
That you love him, you don't deserve, he doesn't deserve you, or I don't deserve you to love me?
I do not.
So he's trying to impeach her. But she's already admitted. She's already said, I would say anything because he's got these documents.
Believe that I did anything wrong in talking to Kate
I'm
Peter.
not asking what you believe.
But
I'm
as
asking,
far as apologizing to him for that part, I did not believe I had to say that I was sorry.
so is it fair to say that you're manipulating him here?
No, I think I was being manipulated by being threatened with when it comes to my children and private information.
And again, so yes, she is manipulating him to protect her children. Like, duh.
About my children being threatened to have that released.
Don't you think someone deserves to try to defend themselves when they're betrayed and they believe that it's
No, Bradle. Like, oh, I can't believe, dude. I can't fucking believe that he's still trying to suggest that showing confidential documents about kids, probably DCF documents, is somehow justified? It just doesn't make any fucking sense.
unfair and not accurate?
Objection, just said.
Can I just have one more, please? So when you got the subpoena, you used the subpoena to have him come over. Is that a fair statement?
I don't believe I used it to have him come over. It was a mutual decision.
Well, that was the
I asked him.
reason for him to come over, right? Was to look at the subpoena and look at the messages between yourself and Ms. Peter with respect to the betrayal and with any messages between you and Tully and Noah,
I
right?
did not know before he came over that he was going to demand to go through my phone and my messages.
That's the whole purpose of you inviting him over, was that you wanted him to help you get out of it. Isn't that right?
Incorrect.
You said it was a mistake, right?
With regards to what?
Cooperating with Kate Peter and the people that,
You're using the word cooperate, but I was speaking, inventing.
giving them information, giving his rival, people that want to destroy him, information. Isn't that a betrayal? Can we just encapsulate it in one word?
Objection, relevance.
Two attorneys things just driving me fucking nuts. I'm actually in a case I have. It's a civil suit, elder abuse, intentional infliction of emotional distress, intentional interference with interference with expected inheritance, all sorts of things. There's two attorneys on the other side, and we didn't end up going to trial this last time, but I have a motion in limine that will get heard before trial, asking that the court only allow one attorney to make objections and one attorney to do any particular phase of the examination. Because, like, like Braille's getting double teamed here, and I feel for him, but he's too fucking stupid to object to it. So you're only entitled to one attorney representing you. Like only one attorney is supposed to get to speak for you in court. Now, in my particular instance, there's two defendants. I'm representing the plaintiff. There's two defendants, and each one of them, they both went to the same law firm. They both had to hire to represent them. They both had the same attorney representing them for a couple years. And then that attorney retired, and then they got another attorney. And then like 2 weeks before the last time that we could have potentially gotten to trial, they got another attorney. And so now it's just a fucking mess. But no, you're only entitled to one attorney to represent you and talk and things like that. So it should just be the lead attorney. Now, if they wanted to have like one attorney like cross-examine at a time, or like it was multiple days of trial, and like they notified the court which one would be making the objections or whatever, that would be totally different. But in any given hearing, you can't just like, tag team out, whichever attorney thinks fastest on their feet and makes the objection gets to make the objection for any particular question. It doesn't work that way. No, it's incumbent upon Bradle. Bradle has to wake the fuck up.
You said that you wanted to undo it, right?
Undo what?
You said that you wish you could take it back,
Correct.
right? And the reason you wish you could take it back was because it was a betrayal.
Those are your words.
That would be the appropriate thing to do. But usually people start answering questions. You have to have, like, see how this attorney over here is asleep. You can't see him on my mouse on your screen for some reason. But right now, the attorney, like, see how he has his arms crossed, his head kind of down. He's not awake. He's not aware. He's not paying attention. He needs to be on the ball.
I'm asking if that's accurate.
I believe I'm treating this.
So, did you lie to him
But what?
about being pregnant?
No.
So you were pregnant from Mr. Carney. Is that your testimony? Yes?
Yes, it is.
Did you ever produce any sort of proof
Objection, relevance.
of that?
Yes.
Did you send him a
Objection, relevance.
picture of a pregnancy test?
Objection, relevance.
You've been looking at counsel. Do you need a minute to
Because I
speak
don't
with
believe I
counsel?
should have to talk about my personal medical information, but
So you sent Mr. Carney a picture of a pregnancy test that was from May of 2023, didn't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Objection, relevance.
The pregnancy test picture,
She didn't deny it. So she already admitted, Paige, I love your tits, but she already admitted that she was saying whatever she had to keep him from disseminating the information about her kids. She's already admitted essentially to lying, and she gave the reason for it. He's like, why are you trying to impeach her on a fucking pregnancy test picture? Like, she didn't say it under oath. Who the fuck cares?
was a screenshot of a pregnancy test from well before you were ever with Mr. Carney. Isn't that correct?
Objection, Judge, relevance.
Hold it to this line of question.
So just the offer of proof is that Ms. Kitani sent Mr. Carney a picture of a pregnancy test because Mr. Carney didn't believe that she was pregnant and that she was using the pregnancy to manipulate him into coming over, not leaving, staying with her, and manipulating him all sorts of ways with respect to.
What was this?
So-
Text message sent
Sure. So the text message was sent, if I can just have one moment, 12/8. It was sent to him.
the day before they broke up.
Yes, 12/8. And it is a simple thing to do. If you look at, 12/9. If you look at the metadata of the photograph, which shows when it was made.
She sent him a picture of a pregnancy test the day they broke up. Oh, Jesus Christ.
so sketchy. So fucking sketchy. This bitch is so sketchy. I mean, I believe her about the kids thing and the confidential information about the kids. I believe her on that. Other than that, this bitch is sketchy as fuck.
It was, and anyone can just click on it and see it. And it was made in May of 2023. It was a fake representation to Mr. Carney that these tests showed she was pregnant by him, when in fact these were old tests from May of 2023. So, Ms. Catani, isn't it true that you used a photograph of old pregnancy tests from May 2023 to trick Mr. Carney into thinking you were pregnant by him in November, December of 2023?
No, I'm not trying to trick him. No.
Did you do that or
Again, the prevaricating answer. No, I did not try to trick him. No, that wasn't the question, honey.
No, I did not try to trick him.
My question is, did you present those photographs to Mr.
Yes.
Carney?
I presented the photograph.
Okay. So we agreed
Yes, I presented the photograph.
that you deceived him.
No.
You presented photographs from May of 2023 showing that there was a positive pregnancy test, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what I'm talking about.
Again, she's not denying it. She doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, where did you get the
Isn't that crazy? That's fucking weird. Like, she's lying and she's just not good at it.
these pregnancy tests? Do you need a moment to talk to counsel? Judge, I have no objection. She's trying to speak to counsel. That's fine with me.
No, I mean, if you need a moment, otherwise you get, okay.
Ooh, with a pending question, Bradel has the balls to let her talk to counsel while there's still a pending question. And it was a good pending question. Where'd you get the pregnancy tests? Again, I would be objecting its relevance, but that's a ballsy move. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for him.
If we just step out, you want it?
Yes, you're.
Yeah, quite. So, Ms. Catani, when we left off, you had mentioned that the
Which attorney, Shuggy? She's got two of them.
photographs of the pregnancy test that you proffered over to Mr. Carney were from May of 2023. Is that right?
Can you repeat that?
The photographs that you
Can you repeat that? Jesus Christ, she's bad at this.
sent to Mr. Carney showing the positive pregnancy test after he had been inquiring for proof were not responsive proof to Mr. Carney's being involved with that baby, right?
Your question is what?
You took a screenshot from May of 2023 of pregnancy tests and you sent it to Mr. Carney, right?
No.
So it's your testimony that the screenshot that you sent to Mr. Carney was not a screenshot from May of 2023?
No.
It was not a screenshot of a pregnancy test from a pregnancy that Mr. Carney never had anything to do with?
No.
That's your testimony.
Objection, Your Honor. I just am having a hard time finding the metadata that you're talking
Well,
about.
I think she's testified that 3 times.
Yeah.
Next question, please.
And we're over an hour into testimony. We haven't even gotten to the event that the actual restraining order is about. So to the extent,
It's on the spreadsheet.
so to the
Next question,
extent,
please.
thank you, Your Honor.
Well, yeah, but her attorneys aren't objecting to the relevance. So, like, Bradel gets to keep asking until her attorneys object.
Now, in response to you saying that you were pregnant to Mr. Carney said that he wanted to take responsibility, get custody, and be involved if you were in fact pregnant, right?
About his
I have a feeling she's a dirty bitch, by the way. Yeah. She, according to her, she met Turtleboy in September, who's married and lives with his wife and his kids. And she broke up with him in December, and then she continued to have sex with him after they broke up. She a hoe.
response has changed quite a few times over the course of the time that we spoke about it.
Mr. Bader, what's the relevance of this line of questioning? I know that they give you a lot of.
The judge was saying, like, what is the relevancy of this? Because our counsel aren't fucking smart enough to object.
Leeway here.
Sure.
I think you have to get up to.
Because it directly contradicts her affidavit, Your Honor, that he was hostile and angry to her when, and again, it's sort of like the other one where I said that he was gracious instead of angry and hostile to her. Here, she's saying that she's pregnant and she's already implied to this court that he's kind of a deadbeat about it, or just is angry about it, or hostile, and that's what contributes to the hostility against her in this domestic case. And it probably falls under the umbrella of being able to present a full picture of the relationship, Your Honor. So I would ask just for a little bit more leeway on it. Thank you, Your Honor. So,
You know, I don't like Turtleboy. Is he really like? Is he really the worst in men? Like, I mean, let's think about this objectively. He hasn't committed murder. He's not a pedophile, at least as far as I know. He's never been credibly accused of it anyway. He doesn't like kick puppies or strangle kittens. Like, is he really the worst in men? You can't imagine a worse person than him. I mean, it must be great to live in your little world where he's the worst thing.
so it is 22nd of December
On the Facebook Messenger.
on Facebook Messenger. Yeah. You say to him relative to this topic of him wanting to be involved with the pregnancy, you say, what part of I don't want you involved don't you get? And don't worry, you will see in due time. And he says, it doesn't matter if you want me involved, Lindsay. If I was the father of your child, I would have legal custodial rights. Do you remember that exchange?
I don't, I like this.
I'm just going to object, Judge, on relevance grounds.
May I question? I can't answer you. Have you seen
Did
it?
you read it right? Is that yours? What you read the text?
Did you read that correctly?
I read the text message correctly.
Did I? I'm sorry. Did I read it correctly?
Yeah.
You want to take a look because I'm questioning about the rest of it.
Yeah, if I didn't say he was a good guy. So, I mean, don't be a dick about it. I didn't say he was a good guy. I just said he's probably not the worst in men. He's probably not the worst in men. That's all I'm saying.
Full counsel, I'll review whatever you submitted to evidence. If there's a thumb drive with respect to text message back and forth between parties, the counsel stipulated, I'll review those.
If we can speed this process up, we'd stipulate to it.
Sure, Judge. I gave a copy of the thumb drive to counsel this morning, and I have a copy for the court.
No objection, if, in the sense that we'll move this thing along.
And I gave counsel a list of everything that's on here, and I'll do the same list to Madam Clerk. So, Judge, I'm just wrapping this up right now. So you said, what part of I don't want you involved don't you get? Meaning, leave me alone and I'm going to do it myself, right? And he says, well, if I'm the father, I have custodial rights. Words to that effect, right? And then you say, no, you won't, because I'll say it's someone else's, right? That's what you said back to him. So let's unpack that for a minute. You told him that you would lie about who the father was, right?
I did say that.
Okay. And so you realize that if Mr. Carney were to press his custodial rights, that would be in probate court or family court, right?
Correct.
So what you're saying is that you were going to go into a probate or family court and say it was someone else's, right?
That's not what she fucking said. That's not what she said. This is a real fucking stretch, Bradle.
That's not what she was saying, Judge.
The text message will speak for itself.
Sure. And I'm asking about her state of mind in the sense of, again, lying, manipulating, and that kind of thing. So I would ask the question in terms of the state of mind.
Repeat the question.
Sure. You're expressing your intent to portray a different scenario in court if there was a custodial fight over the baby, right?
Nothing about court ever came up.
But that was your state of mind when you said that, right?
No, I wasn't thinking of court, I just told him.
Well, he said he wanted custody or custodial rights, right?
Correct.
And that gets litigated where?
Judge, objection.
That gets litigated in court, right?
Objection.
Stay here.
And you tried to defeat any suggestion that he might have custodial rights by saying that you were going to lie, right?
I said what I said in the message, correct?
And is there anywhere else that we haven't gotten to here today where you've done a similar thing
So what thing in terms of what?
in terms of lying?
I don't know, I haven't seen that.
Objection, Judge. She never admitted to lying.
Stay.
So it's fair to say that at the time the issue of custodial rights came up, you made a decision.
Holy shit. Oh my God. This is like the worst. This is the worst. We're an hour and a half into this shit, and he still hasn't gotten to whether or not Turtleboy pushed her or something. This is brutal. Brutally boring.
Decision that suited you and your needs to lie.
Yes, she fucking lied, Bradle. She admitted she lied. She lied to protect her kids. Great. Let's move on, bro.
Nothing further.
Ms. Catani,
And she probably lied about being pregnant to try to keep Turtleboy dating her or whatever.
you were pregnant in December of 2023, and it was the defendant's child. Okay. And after the incident, you were frightened by after the incident on December 23rd. Thank you, Your Honor. You were frightened by the defendant. Is that right?
Objection to the form, Judge.
That's a stated objection. Let me rephrase the question.
Okay. How did you feel after December 23rd in regards to the defendant?
Extremely scared.
And that's because he has such a wide reach. Is that right?
Objection to the form.
No.
That's one of the reasons.
And because he was physical with you. Is that right?
Correct.
And just downstairs a moment ago, you got a telephone call. Is that right? And that was from your children's school. Is that right?
Correct.
Objection.
Yeah.
So there had been an argument going on in side chat about whether or not she had her cell phone. And the pro-Kate anti-Turtleboy guy was saying that the school called the court, and the pro-Turtleboy guy said, no, it was her cell phone. And we don't know. She got a call. Why would the school call the court? Why would the school call the court? Normally, schools have contact. You know, your parents have to give the school their contact information. You know, parents' contact information, the alternate contact information, and normally, in today's day and age, at least in California, that's the parent's cell phone. It sure as fuck isn't a courthouse. Right. So you're saying that a gal who forgot to bring her fucking phone, she forgot to bring her fucking phone to court on a day where her text messages were going to be at issue. She forgot to bring her fucking cell phone. But she still managed to advise the school to call her in court. Yeah. The school called the court because of a DCF call made, and DCF called the school, who called the court because they couldn't get a hold of her. It doesn't make any sense, Biff. You're a fucking idiot. She was testifying, so it was muted. Oh, her cell phone is muted? The cell phone that she didn't have with her? Is that it? She probably does, because she's a single mom and she's riding the cock carousel. She probably has all sorts of problems. I mean, she looks like she parties hard and gets put away wet. So, yeah. Yes, they usually do, but she has testified under oath that she didn't bring her phone to court with her. If she knew she wasn't bringing her phone, yes. But that would imply that she intentionally didn't bring her phone. That is its own problem. Yeah. Uh-huh. No. We haven't had any testimony about abortion pills yet. She did not say that. God, you're back in timeout. I fucking hate you, dude. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, this guy. No, I'm not gonna run it back. Fucking Aiden's a narcissist guy. What a fucking tool bag. Jesus. I didn't see or hear what I saw or heard. You're gonna fucking convince me that my senses are failing me or something. I don't know. It's amazing. This gal's a fucking angel.
Nothing further. I'll leave.
I don't have. I just have this one hearing, so I don't know.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Please state your name and spell your last name.
Aiden Conley, K-E-A-R.
No, a good attorney would not tell her not to hand over her phone. A good attorney would have the text printed out ahead of time. He would discuss with his client the texts, what they say, what they meant, what her intention was in sending them, and be ready to examine her on them, not hide them. My opinion, not knowing what Turtleboy is going to testify to. So, not knowing what Turtleboy is going to testify to, my opinion is that, but for Turtleboy sending those pictures to her, the decent confidential child documents to her, and Bradle's tacit admission that Turtleboy did send those documents, but for that, I think she would have lost. Unless Turtleboy just screws the fucking pooch on this one. And he might. I don't know.
Where'd you grow up, sir?
Worcester, Massachusetts.
Where do you live now?
Home.
And are you married? Do you have children?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
Independent journalist.
Well, no. So if you have the text printed out, you don't have to hand over the phone. No one's going to do fucking forensic analysis on your phone in court. The judge is going to say, do you have the texts? Can I see them? Show them to counsel first. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, but you don't.
And how long have you been so employed?
About 10 years.
What did you do before that?
I was a high school teacher in early childhood regional school district
How long?
for 11 years.
And just a brief bit about your educational background.
I graduated from the University of Massachusetts. I have certificates in education, postgraduate, and that's what I have.
Obviously, we're here today because this plaintiff, Ms. Gattani, has sought a restraining order against you, implicating the issue of whether there's a risk of you inflicting imminent serious bodily harm on her, correct?
Correct.
And have you ever laid a hand on her in any sort of assaultive way?
Never.
When did you meet her?
First time I met her was September 15th in person. She messaged me on September 4th in person.
September 4th?
I was spoken September 4th, met on September 15th.
So she reached out to you,
That's right.
and what was the nature of that?
She was hitting on me, flirting with me, telling me she wanted to have sex. And so I agreed to meet with her for sex on September 15th after peer review.
So there was a suggestion from her about a sexual relationship,
Oh, yes,
and did you take her up on that?
I did.
When was the first time that happened?
September 15th.
And was there an ongoing relationship with Ms. Gattani beyond a sexual one?
We went out for a few dates. I did have feelings for her, but I feel deceived at this point.
Ongoing relationship with Ms. Gattani beyond a sexual one?
We went out for a few dates. I did have feelings for her, but I feel deceived
That was a yes or no question.
at this point. Certainly, at the time I had definitely feelings for this.
And at some point, the notion of her being pregnant came, is that right?
That's correct.
And tell the court a little bit about that.
She told me on November
Objection leading.
9th that she was
objection calls for narrative. Tell the court a little bit about that. Like, where the fuck? Where you got two attorneys over there? The fuck is wrong with them?
Pregnant, and that is something to the effect of, don't worry about it, I'll take care of it. Before I even initiated my opinion on that, she suggested that she was going to terminate the pregnancy. And later on, her feelings started to change, and she said that she was against abortion and she didn't want to have one. And I had said to her that whatever you want, it's up to you. It's not my decision, it's your decision. And
Objection, Your Honor. The witness is giving a narrative.
eventually, she agreed that she was going to she made an appointment to get an abortion on November 27th. That's what she told me she was. And she wanted me to sleep over her house.
How many times do I have to tell you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? How many times? Go pop in here. How many times 65 CJ5? How many times do I have to tell you you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? You think that the phone is an issue, and it's not an issue. Let it go.
On November 26th, so that I could drive her to the clinic in Brookline. So I did, and then in the morning of the 27th, she said, I don't want you to come, I'm going to do this alone. And I said,
Why are they objecting?
okay, but so I went to a Panera Bread in Worcester, and I waited there for her in case she changed her mind and she needed a ride home.
I went to a Panera Bread in Worcester. Well, thanks for this fucking detail.
She texted me at 9:30 a picture from what she purported to be the abortion clinic, saying she had second thoughts.
Let me just stop you right there.
Yeah.
So as an investigative journalist, you work with digital photographs and you use them all the time, right?
Correct.
What were you able to find out with respect to the photograph from the Brookline clinic?
We were able to find out that the picture she sent me was from December of 2021. The medicated on it.
And did you talk to her about that?
At the time, I was still under the impression that she was actually at the clinic. She was deceiving me, and she told me that she was having second thoughts.
The yes or no question. It was a yes or no question.
I spoke to her on the phone. I said, you can do what you want, but the fact of the matter is that we live an hour away from each other, so only one of us can have custody.
And what did she? What was her reaction to that?
True. That is a true statement. But you don't have any fucking idea what you're talking about.
She hung up the phone and said she was going to do it, and then
Do what?
get the abortion.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then, so I spent the rest of the day in the Panera Bread, about 6 hours, texting
Oh, his testimony is just driving me fucking nuts.
her, are you okay? Do you need anything? Do you need a ride home? And I said, it's okay if you didn't do it, whatever you want. Just
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has gone past the call of the question. The witness is giving a narrative. Move to strike.
I'm here to support you. I called her several times that night, and I went to bed on the night of the 27th having no idea whatsoever if she was pregnant or not, or if she had gotten an abortion, because she was essentially just messing with my head. And so I had no idea.
Had you ever asked her for proof of this,
That she got an abortion?
or that she was pregnant?
I have.
And did you ever get anything that was definitive proof?
No, everything she sent me never had dates on it. She
Just say no.
has 4 children, and she's had multiple abortions in the past.
Objection, Your Honor.
Saying that's certainly.
Wow. Turtleboy is doing a shit job as a witness.
She has 4 children. She has 4 children. So it's my belief that those pictures could have been from any of her 4 children. They didn't have a date on them.
But none of her 4 children were aborted, so why the fuck would she be at an abortion clinic for any of her 4 children? Turtleboy, you dumb shit.
No idea where they're from. Now that we've analyzed the metadata on the pictures, we know that none of them are there.
Who's we? Who's we? We have a team. Who's we, Turtleboy?
They're all from before I met her.
Objection, Your Honor. He's purporting to be some kind of digital
The rules
analyst.
of evidence don't apply here, Your Honor. It's within this ambit of this.
The rules of evidence don't apply here? Wait, that's a fucking good thing to say. Why don't the rules of evidence apply? There have been all these objections about hearsay and relevance. Why don't the rules of evidence apply? Because the judge is waiting for her attorneys to object. Because the judge is not supposed to sua sponte, jump in there and say, shut the fuck up and answer the questions with a yes or no.
Totally professional. So, Mr. Carney, just moving on in your history of your relationship with Ms. Catani, have you ever threatened her or tried to manipulate her decision on what to do with the alleged pregnancy?
Absolutely not.
And with respect to your involvement in the alleged pregnancy, what did you want to do if it was true?
I was happy it was her
Objection relevance? Why are we talking about this?
decision because
Well, so the pregnancy might have been like fine to try to impeach her on whatever. I would object on relevance. I don't see why the judge allowed all that nonsense in. But why is Turtleboy talking about pregnancy? Who the fuck cares?
and conflicted on the issue of abortion, and it was something I told him that I struggled with. And so, quite frankly, I was relieved that it wasn't my decision to make, that it's a woman's right
Spam
to
a Subi.
mistake. So it was completely up to her. Whatever she supported, if she had the abortion, I wasn't going to tell her not to. If she was going to have the baby, I made it very clear to her that only one of us could have custody, and I would be applying for custody.
Did Ms.
I just informed her that only one of us could have custody and I would be applying for custody. That sounds like a fucking threat. I mean, it's not a threat of violence, but like, by the way, if you have that child, I'm going to try to take full custody of it and not allow you to have any custody of it. In California, by the way, generally speaking, joint custody is the norm. You know, parents are supposed to basically have about equal parenting time. And this motherfucker over here, I'm guessing Massachusetts probably also wants to have like roughly equal visitation shit. And this motherfucker's like, I'm gonna have full custody of the kid. You're never gonna see the kid. Brr. What a dick. I mean, you know, like her saying, you know, with this revelation that he's gonna like try to have full custody. All of a sudden, her testimony about saying, "Well, I'm going to say that that the kid's not yours." All of a sudden, that makes sense, right? All of a sudden, that makes sense. Why she would say that? Because this motherfucker is basically saying, if you have our child, I'm going to take that child, and I'm not going to let you have any access to the child. Only one person can have custody. That person's going to be me. Well, then I'm going to like, if you're not going to like share the child with me, then I'm going to say it's not yours. All of a sudden, her testimony makes sense. Like, I wonder if the turtle wave rider surfer people, I wonder if it's not considered like a legal threat. But it makes the colloquial term. It's a colloquial threat. You know, she's gonna see that it threatens her being able to have a maternal relationship with her child, with Turtleboy. If Turtleboy takes full custody and does not allow her to have any. How do you know that? She seems to have a proclivity for getting pregnant, Rooster. According to Turtleboy, she's had not just the 4 children, but multiple abortions. How do you know she was never pregnant? That seems like you're awful up in her business. Did you ever piss on a pregnancy kit? How do you know, dude? Here's a spoiler. She could have been pregnant one or both of the times. Yeah, she's not a smart woman. She's not a smart woman. She's bad at lying, and she seems to get pregnant by everybody. No. I don't think so. I think the attorneys are just lazy.
Tani engage in verbally abusive behavior towards you in the course of your relationship?
throughout the relationship.
Just in a nutshell for the court, what does that consist of?
She would constantly yell at me, demean me.
Objection, relevance. Turtleboy didn't file his own petition for domestic violence restraining order. Objection, relevance.
Tell me that I'm a dweeb, tell me that I'm a loser, a piece of shit, that I'm a liar, I'm a manipulator. There was one incident in October in which she pretended we were coming home from a bar in Norwood, and she pretended she had to puke, and she got out of the car in Westwoods and began running along a dark road.
Objection, Judge. It's irrelevant to
Yeah, like, thank you finally for coming to a relevance objection.
the story.
Next question. Next question.
No, but I'm not a chick.
What happened at a Halloween fundraiser in October of 2023?
I went there with Lindsay, I invited her, and towards the end of the night, she became aware that an ex-girlfriend of mine named Lauren had been sending people pictures of her at the event, and this was very upsetting to her. And so I attempted to smooth things over, and with her and
Objection, relevance.
Meaning Ms. Katani.
with Ms. Katani, yes. And we ended up, I explained to her that I thought that, I'm sorry
Thank you for being a friend.
this happened, I'm sorry, but I'm in a relationship with you now, I only want you. And I ended up going home with her and I stayed with her house.
Did you mention something about a ring camera in
Why didn't we have an objection to relevance there? I don't know.
her bedroom?
She did, she informed me about a week prior that she had been secretly recording us having
Objection,
sex.
Judge. Again, I don't understand the relevance of that question.
Camera, can you please continue?
Yeah, I was unaware that there was a ring camera videotaping us, and she informed me of it on December, I believe it was October 19th. And
Who cares if she has her ring thing recording you having sex? Who cares? Did she threaten to release it? And if she did, why didn't you file your own petition?
she then sent me 3 videos of us having sex in our room. And prior to that, I had no idea that there was a ring camera or there was recording us. There was audio and video.
And is it fair
Okay, so she records. She has a bit of a kink. Cool. I would have expected her to have lots of kinks.
to say that after that point, was there sexting videos going back and forth between the two of you?
We did that throughout the relationship. We were constantly.
We did that throughout the relationship. So she sent you videos of the two of you having sex because you two send videos and images of you guys doing things. So, in other words, it wasn't a threat because you were sending her videos of you jerking off, which she could have used to blackmail you. And the videos of the two of you having sex would have exposed her, as well as, like, he just knows, like, I know he thinks that he scores a point with the whole ring thing, but then he just completely undermines it by saying that they send sex.
Sending sexual pictures back and forth.
Okay. Was that something that was disapproved of her or discouraged or that she didn't like anyway as she may have expressed it to you?
No, she loved it.
Objection, relevance. You're trying to say she's a whore? Like, what does this have to do?
We both did.
Now, you said that in November, it came to your attention that she was saying she was pregnant, right?
November 9th, correct.
And was she saying in the written record, the Facebook text record, that you were forcing her to get an abortion?
She constantly told me I was forcing her to get an abortion, something she said she was morally opposed to doing. And I repeatedly told her, I'm not forcing you to do anything. I don't have the ability to force you to do anything. It's a woman's right to choose in Massachusetts.
Did you ever try to force her, cajole her, manipulate her into doing anything relative to this alleged pregnancy?
Absolutely not.
Our good Republican friend, Turtleboy. He's not one of those libtards. And here he is. It's a woman's right to choose. I would never interfere with her decision to get an abortion because I'm a good right-wing conservative. Huh. I mean, the judge doesn't know this, but it smells like shit to me.
The opposite.
Now, Ms. Gattani has expressed a fear, an alleged fear here of vulnerability with respect to DCF and her children. And have you ever done anything to publicize her problems with DCF and her children?
I have not.
But did you send her those DCF documents? Notice what Bradle's doing. Notice that Bradle isn't saying, did you send her DCF documents of her kids? Because Bradle knows Turtleboy did. So instead, he says, have you ever threatened to, or have you ever publicized it? I didn't follow through on my threat, so my threat wasn't a threat.
To your knowledge, is anyone but Ms. Gattani responsible for her problems with DCF and her children?
No, just her.
So in late November,
Why? Where is the objection about this discussion where is the objection from opposing counsel?
of 2023, did Ms. Gattani tell you that she had elected to have an abortion?
She did. She ended up, after ignoring me all day on the 27th, she ended up coming to my court date on the 28th. She actually posted in the Norwood Moms Facebook group looking for a babysitter to come the next day while actively ignoring me. She showed up to my court date in Stoughton, and we met up at the Dunkin' Donuts afterwards, and I asked if she did it, and she said yes, and she started crying, and I consoled her, and I told her it was going to be okay, and that I'm here for her, and she was very upset about it, and I said, and then she asked me if we could be in a relationship, and I said, we'll see. I'd like to be, let's see where it goes. And for the next week.
So you'd been dating her for like a month. She gets pregnant, allegedly. She has an abortion, allegedly. Then she asks if you could be in a relationship. Like, you're fucking and you're talking. How are you not in a relationship? You took her to a Halloween party. Wasn't he just talking about at a Halloween party, like his ex-girlfriend Lauren was posting pictures of them together? And like, oh, Jesus, fucking drama llama.
She constantly told me that she was traumatized from the abortion, that it was my fault, that I made her do something she did not want to do, that I forced her to do it. And I said, I didn't force you to.
Objection. The witness is giving a narrative.
Do anything. And that would really upset her when I told her that I didn't force her to. And she'd scream at me and say, yes, you did. You made me do this. Don't you dare have me say that. And I was frightened at this point. And this is how most of our conversations go.
And then at some point, did she?
Well, so Aiden Stalker, to steelman Turtleboy's argument, he might not have had a what he would consider a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with her. They might have just been fuck buddies at that point, which is a relationship, but it's not a quote-unquote boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. And that might be the distinction he's drawn. So
She shift gears away from the notion that she had terminated the pregnancy?
On December 5th, she got especially upset with me. And she told me, guess what? I didn't have the abortion. I was lying to you to see how you react. And I'm so glad now because guess what? I didn't have the abortion. I was lying to you to see how you react. And I'm so glad now because I'm keeping it. And I was very shocked by this, that I'd been deceived for a whole week about her having an abortion. And she asked me to meet her the next day on December 6th. So I agreed to meet her at a parking lot in town about Boylston at the Dragon 88. And we met there around noon to discuss, because she said she was still going to get an abortion now that she's back to being pregnant. So
Let me stop you right there. Let me ask you another question. Did, at this
his own attorney had to stop him. Because fucking petitioner's counsel's asleep.
general time period in your relationship, did Ms. Gattani engage in behavior that was inconsistent with how a responsible pregnant person would conduct himself?
Object to form.
Objective form? objective form, objective relevance. Why the fuck are we talking about this?
Your Honor.
To say,
So you were, I'll lay some foundation if I may, Your Honor. You were skeptical about whether or not she was pregnant at all by this objective form, Your Honor. Just trying to lay the foundation.
really,
I'll withdraw. What's your state of mind with respect to the truthfulness of her testimony and her position with you at the time about being pregnant?
I began to doubt anything she said at that point because she lied about having an abortion.
And what contributed in terms of her behavior to you further doubting it?
Because she sold it so well. I mean, she did a tremendous.
Why are they trying to impeach her more? They're trying to impeach her more is what they're trying to do. At least that's what it sounds like.
This job of pretending to be traumatized from this, lying to me on phone.
Let me just stop you because I don't think you understand the question. I'll ask you a better question. The question is, what was her behavior that added to your skepticism about her being actually pregnant?
Well, every time I see Lindsay, she's drunk. She gets drunk.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
How does every time I see Lindsay, she's drunk? Let's just break this down for a minute. Every time he sees Lindsay, she's drunk. So he met her on, what did he say, like September 15th? He met up with her for sex. Was she drunk then? And he still banged her? And he kept banging her. So at the Halloween party he took her to, she was drunk? Like, every time I see her, she's drunk. And yet, and so then on December 5th, you were considering having a relationship with her? Does this make sense to anybody? This doesn't make sense. Every time I see her, she's drunk. Yeah, I was considering having a relationship with her. Yeah, I've been, basically dating her, for 3-4 months at that point. Yeah. I like the drunk chicks. It's fun to have sloppy drunk sex, right?
Relevance
She was claiming to be pregnant, yet we would go out drinking. She would have 4 or 5 drinks, get blackout drunk. And when I saw her on December 6th and I met her in that parking lot.
4 or 5 drinks to get blackout drunk. So she's blacking out every time. Every time we go out, she's blacking out drunk every time. Was she blackout drunk on the 22nd? Was she blackout drunk on the 23rd? Was she blackout drunk when she met the detectives?
She was very upset and was kicking. We sat in her minivan and she kicked pedals in her car in anger at me. And she said, "I'm drunk right now." And she pulled out a water bottle that was filled with vodka. And then she said, "I have to go
Objection, relevance.
pick up my kids to daycare now."
So, were you trying to break up with her?
no, so good question.
I was trying. As I said, "Why would you want to be in a relationship with me? This is clearly I accept you." And that just made her more angry. The more I tried to leave her, the more angry she got.
So now he was trying to leave her? Like, when was he fucking trying to leave her? On December 5th, he was considering having a relationship with her. When the fuck was he trying to leave her? I'm sure Turtleboy thought that he was just fucking smashing it with this. And he's just looking at me like that first bitch was a lying bitch, but the Turtleboy's a lying motherfucker too. Like, every time his lips flap, a fucking lie pops out.
Did you use the word toxic?
Yes.
Now, moving up to December 7th, did she re-engage with you relative to this pregnancy and another issue with this alleged pregnancy?
Yes.
What was
She said that she had an appointment at the clinic in Brookline on December 8th and she needed to ride home again.
You mentioned that earlier,
This is the
correct?
second time.
Okay, this is another time. Sorry, go ahead.
So the first time was November 27th.
Go ahead. Objection. What the fuck kind of question is go ahead?
And that didn't happen. And then she
Because he'd already answered the question.
said she was going to do it on December 8th and needed to ride home. And she asked me to sleep over that night because just to comfort her. And I agreed.
Yeah. The water bottle full of vodka, she couldn't have drank any of it. Yeah. And 3 or 4 drinks gets her blackout drunk. A full fucking water bottle would be, even if it's only an 8-ounce water bottle, would be 1.5 ounces is 1 drink. So that'd be blackout drunk right there, just on an 8-ounce.
We could do that.
Did you do that?
So she changed her mind on December 8th. She said, "I'm not going to go to the clinic. I'm going to take the abortion pill." And apparently how that works is she said that she took 1 pill in the morning in front of the doctor. That's what she said. And that she has to take the other 4 at night. And
Who really cares how many fucking pills she has to take to have an abortion, bro? Like, what the fuck does this have to do? What relevance does this have to do?
apparently she said that the first one terminates the pregnancy, the fourth one extracts the fetus.
But no, you don't understand, Bill. She has to have some character to assassinate. She's just as bad as he is.
And so she said it's painful, and I need you here with me in case I.
It's funny. It's funny. Half the chat was just fucking hell yeah, Turtleboy, hell yeah. When I was shitting on her, and now all the Kate supporters are right here, just woo woo, Turtleboy's a piece of shit, woo. I hate all of you.
In pain or need to go to the hospital, so I agreed to sleep over her house on December 8th.
At this point, what's your state of mind about whether this is a fantasy or whether it's true?
I was leaning towards she's not pregnant. I was asking other women about this. What do you think of it?
I've never seen Turtleboy's wife, so I don't know.
Just asking their opinion, and they all told me this is inconsistent with the behavior of a pregnant woman.
In the course of her trying to get you to stay there,
Exactly. Fucking exactly.
did a verbal dispute arise between the two of you about whether you were going to stay there with her or whether you were going to go work?
So on this, the whole purpose of me being there, she was going to take
All these questions call for a narrative, and Turtleboy is more than happy to give it.
the 4 abortion pills that night. We woke up at 5:30 the next morning, and she said, "I forgot to take the pills." And I said, "Well, it's 5:30. You can take them now if you want." And she said, "No." She started screaming at me. She
And Kate has nicer tits.
pretended to flush the pills down the toilet, and she started just berating me like she always does, telling me I'm a scumbag, and said that you have to come back tonight. This is now Saturday. She said, "You have to come back tonight."
What was your answer to that?
I said, "I can't come back tonight. I have my show."
What do you mean when you say you have your show?
So Lindsay knows that I do a live show. It's my job, my livelihood.
Is that on Facebook?
YouTube.
But Kate probably swallows. Probably.
Tuesday and Saturday nights.
And that's how did she react when you told her that you had to do that?
She became enraged, furious. She texted me close to 100 times in the next few hours, including during the show, in which she sent threatening messages. She called me before the show started.
Threatening. She sent threatening messages. Yeah, well, they're entirely irrelevant because you don't have a cross petition.
And she said that she was going to, quote, drop that fetal alcohol baby off at your house and go party the night away. She then told me that she was going, that if, because I was ending things with her and not coming over, that she said, if you think 9 felonies are bad, wait till you see what's coming next. And apparently that is this.
Yeah, because a domestic violence restraining order is roughly the equivalent of 9 felonies. Well, I don't see why her skin color would have anything to do with it. And she lives in an apartment, not a trailer. And I think what you mean is like a garbage into. I don't know what you put garbage into. No, I had too much pizza and at heartburn, and the bourbon isn't helping.
At some point, did you become aware that she was communicating with members of the Albert and McCabe families and their supporters?
So
It was December 9th. At some point, did you become aware that she was communicating with people that were adverse to your investigation in the Reed case?
I did.
Objection leading.
And give the court a brief nutshell about that.
well, a woman
Objection calls for a narrative.
by the name of Kate Peter, who is a woman who's somewhat obsessed with me and just focuses her life on me, she began to make put tweets out about very sensitive personal information that I had only told Lindsay. And one particular thing involved my 8-year-old daughter. I had made she posted something out to the effect of, Aiden doesn't bond well with his daughter. He doesn't even love her. And I had previously had a conversation with Lindsay in which I said that it was easier to bond with my son because we have more in common than it was with my daughter. She also posted, I was signed to do a documentary. I was signed with a major production company out of Los Angeles and partnered with another company in Boston. And I had told her on November 21st the names of the 2 producers, Eric Levy and Charlie Siskel. And on somewhere around December 13th or 14th, Kate Peter posted the names Charlie Siskel and Eric Levy, and that they were doing the documentary. And she's known to harass people that are associated with me. And
No one fucking cares. Why are you talking about Kate Peter? Kate Peters is a party to this. Objection relevance. Objection narrative.
the direct result of that, the documentary was put on hold.
So at that point, it's fair to say that you had a strong suspicion that she was the one, Ms. Gattani was the one that was feeding this information to Ms. Peter, who regularly attacks you online.
That's correct.
Did Ms. Gattani admit to you that she was in communication with the lead policeman who was prosecuting you and the special ADA that was appointed to prosecute you?
She told me that when I was over her house on the 23rd.
Did she say what the topic of her communications with them was relative to you?
Correct. Yes, she did.
What was it?
She said that when she spoke with Ken Mello, that she apologized and said, I only went to them out of anger. If I could take it back, I would. I'm so sorry. And I forgave her because I felt like she was doing the right thing. And I said, it's okay. I forgive you. And we can.
Kate probably was there. Kate has a habit of showing up at his hearings.
We can fix this. It's going to be okay.
Before we move on there, you saw a reference in her affidavit about how you wanted to control the involvement of the lawyer that you were offering to help her with, right?
Correct. That's what she said.
Is that true?
No.
What did you say to her just in general about offering to help her in terms of getting a lawyer to get her out of this when she came to you in that regard?
Lieutenant Tully had specifically told her. He went to her and said,
Hold on. Where are you getting that from?
From her.
Okay. What did she tell you?
She told me
Tully
that
told you.
when Lieutenant
her.
Tully came to her house, he said, I just came from court with Pete. He has a new girlfriend there. He replaced you real quick. And he also went on.
Objection. Hearsay.
What was the original?
So
He got so fucking deep in his narrative, he forgot what the fucking question was.
I know it's like that last name, it's unresponsive question. Next question.
what did she tell you that the police were there and the prosecutor were in communication with her for?
That she said that she went to them out of anger. And that she was worried that I would post naked images of her or something like that. And that Ken Mello told her, we will make you a witness in his trial, so that way you can't write about you.
Ah, it was the naked images. It wasn't the stuff about her kids. I'm buying it because she didn't testify at all about naked images. She testified about the child, confidential child documents.
And it will be witness intimidation if he does.
Did she tell you whether or not they wanted her phone?
Yes, she said that he was demanding her phone. And he was giving her two options. Either she could, Lieutenant Tully was demanding her phone, and then either she could hand over her phone to him to download, or they could sit next to each
Objection. Hearsay.
other, and she could screenshot our entire conversation and send it to him. And he did not have a warrant to do this.
Objection. Hearsay.
And I advised her to get an attorney.
And with respect to this business about you being done with Ms. Gattani and having another girlfriend in the court, and you were done with Ms. Gattani, was any of that true?
No, that was a complete lie.
Hearsay. Hearsay. Hearsay.
What did Ms. Gattani tell you that she said to the officers about giving up the phone?
She said she didn't want to give up the phone. And this is the reason she had ultimately kind of come back to me, was that she said that she was just angry and didn't want to, she just did it out of anger. But now that she got a summons, and now that they wanted her phone, she was freaking out and didn't know what to do. So she came back to me looking for comfort and offered her all this information up to Kelly.
So it's fair to say that at that particular point in time, circumstances changed to suit her to go back to you for assistance.
Correct.
Was she drunk when she came back to you for assistance?
Did she report to you what Lieutenant Tully told her about whether she should have a lawyer for this grand jury?
She did.
What did he say?
She said that she does not need a lawyer, and that in 99.9% of grand juries.
Objection. Hearsay.
This
Objection.
is not
Relevance.
Did she ever say anything to you about what exactly they wanted her to testify about?
She did.
What was that?
They wanted information about Karen Reed. They wanted
Objection. Hearsay.
information specifically about the FBI investigation into Lieutenant Tully. And they wanted information
Objection.
about Karen Reed's
Relevance. Objection. Hearsay. Come on, wake the fuck up, petitioner's attorneys.
relationship with United States Attorney Josh Levy, and whether or not I had been paid by the Karen Reed defense team to write.
Judge, objection for relevance.
What's the relevance of this, Mr. Gray?
Your Honor, it presents a full picture of the relationship. It directly contradicts her affidavit, and it shows her credibility, such as it is. There's a difference between a full picture and giving.
You're all trash. Not a single person in Massachusetts can tell the truth. Sorry. Mom! Love you, Mom.
way beyond the sort of context and backstory that is necessary. And
Next question.
thank you. Did Ms. Catani send you a picture of this summons?
She did.
And what happened with respect to that?
We spoke on
What happened with respect to that? What the fuck? Objection calls for a narrative?
the phone about it, and she said that she wanted me to come over that night, and I then contacted you.
Mom's proud of me. Thanks, Mom.
About it. I wasn't sure if it was real or not, and you advised me not to. And I told her, my attorneys told me not to come over there, and so I can't come over tonight.
Did she say whether she
We're only at 1.5. There's like supposedly another hour of this. I'll do 1.25 for you, Roseanne. Everybody blame Roseanne.
what she was going to do in retaliation to that?
She said that she was going to have to, I forget her exact wording, but something to the effect that she was going to have to do what she needed to do, to benefit herself.
Did she say whether or not she was going to disclose her alleged pregnancy?
She did. She told that she was going to tell the grand jury about the baby.
Objection again.
Who the fuck cares if she told the jury that she was pregnant with Turtleboy's kid? What? In what world does anybody give a fuck about that? Is that an element of a crime?
Judge, for relevance. This is the relevance would be just that she's luring him over to the house.
No. There's another hour and change.
Contradiction in her affidavit. Is this when she gave you some details on how she was cooperating with the other side, so to speak, in the Reed case?
Yes, later on, I wondered how Polly would even know who she is. She's a random.
Call for yes, no, yes,
So yes.
So yes.
And so just
The judge got sick of it. This calls for yes or no answer. He looks over at the petitioner's attorneys. Oh, Jesus.
in the interest of time, I'm just going to move on from that, but I believe that was already fleshed out. And is that when she engaged in her apologies, as we discussed on cross-examination?
Yeah, we spoke on the phone, originally on Facebook and then on the phone from about 12:30 a.m. to 2 a.m. in which she was crying and saying how sorry she was. And she seemed genuinely empathetic, and I felt bad for her. I really did, even though she had done me wrong and betrayed me. I still felt empathy for her because she was in a tough situation, and I was willing to help her out.
I mean, what you've testified to is basically a shakedown of a.
Objection.
I won't say-
Objection.
Did you feel sympathy for Ms. Catani?
Absolutely.
Objection, relevance.
My heart broke for her, and I told her that I loved her.
So I asked you earlier about what the police asked her, and you mentioned some things about their interest in the Reed investigation with respect to the FBI.
Objection, relevance.
But my question now is, did Ms. Catani ever tell you anything about what these officers may have wanted her to testify to about an investigation into you?
Objection calls for hearsay.
She said that actually that
You're so fucking dumb. You're so fucking dumb. The petitioner was not summoned to testify against him. The petitioner fucking filed a petition, you cocksucking, pole smoking, dipshit. You need to shut the fuck up. You're so goddamn stupid.
she didn't think they were looking for me so much as they were looking for Karen Reed because she knew.
Judge, objection. Again, relevance.
Second.
Did she ever report anything to you about why they wanted her to testify about you and an investigation into you?
Objection
Yes, she
calls
said
for
that she was,
hearsay.
telling them about my relationship with Karen Reed, that her and I had spoken before, and they believed that Karen Reed might have told me something about the grand jury investigation into them, and that I might have told Lindsay, who might offer that information to her.
Sure, but that's
I don't know about I don't know about in Massachusetts. I don't know if this is normal. In every court I've ever been in California, the witnesses sat. Can't find the time out. We'll do it.
just so you know, Aiden's a narcissist that tried to put you in timeout again. You're being such a douche. But the question I was trying to answer was this one, and it might be a Massachusetts thing. It might be that particular court.
Really just still information about the other case. Was there ever any report from Ms. Gattani about what Tully and the other guy wanted her to testify to about you?
Objection. Hearsay.
They wanted to know about whether or not I was being paid off. Whether or not
Objection.
taxes was
Relevance.
free
By who though?
By Karen Reed's brother.
By people involved in the Reed case.
Correct.
So again, I'm going to ask you again, relative to you and any criminal behavior by you,
No, to my knowledge, she never talked about my case. It was all the Karen Reed case.
Take a lunch recess, 2:00.
Court, all rise.
The judge was on that recess in quickness. All right, so stop the screen. Go over here. And we're going to go to this one. And we're going to go to full screen. Which present. Share screen. And part 2. Share. Look at this. For Roseanne, we're going to go at 1.25. Oh, it's
Who's going to cross-examination?
Hi.
Okay, please.
the inquiry. Thank you. I call Aiden Carney back to the stand.
Been sworn.
May I proceed? Good, thank you. Sir, you were talking about
the bailiff is basically has his balls pressed up against the back of Turtleboy.
your conversations with Ms. Gattani in early December of 2023. You recall that?
Yes.
All right, and you heard Ms. Gattani say that in the vicinity of December 9th that she didn't want you to contact her anymore. She wanted to get away from you, and that was it, or words to that effect. Is that right?
That's what the affidavit says.
All right. Can you recall how many times after that date Ms. Gattani reached out to you via text and email?
I would guess hundreds.
May I approach her? I'm going to show you this document. You know what that document is, right?
This is all of our text messages from December 9th on.
All right, and what do the highlights portion show?
The highlights are when she messages me after December 9th.
And is it fair to say that the pages from December 9th to the present are covered in yellow highlighter?
Yeah, it goes back about 9 or 10 pages here. All yellow almost.
Thank you. Is it fair to say that the spreadsheet of text messages covers hundreds of yellow highlighted text messages?
But see, Roseanne, it wasn't at one. It was at 1.5, not at 2 times. And I don't know what it is about this particular video, but it is hard to understand at times. I don't know if it's the Baston accents or the just the sound quality, where some are really bright and loud and others are really shitty. My advice hasn't changed, Shaggy. It's the 5, still the 5 tips. Number 1, wait 5 seconds before you answer a question. Number 2, if you can answer a question yes or no, answer it yes or no, and then shut the fuck up. If you don't know the answer, say I don't know, and then shut the fuck up. If you can't answer it in a yes or no, or I don't know, if you need to answer it with anything more than yes, no, or I don't know, think about it until you can answer it in one sentence. Say that one sentence and then shut the fuck up. And then always tell the truth. Simple. 5 steps every time, all the time. That's my advice. That'd be my advice before, during, and after.
Just from her?
That's correct.
Did you do anything to force her or cause her to contact you?
No, she initiated contact. She actually initiated contact from her son's phone on December 15th.
And what were some of the requests in the contact when she used her son's phone?
While using her son's phone, she attempted to engage me in sex and said she missed the dick
She invited you over for sex?
using her son's phone.
Nobody ever wanted to hear Turtleboy say that a girl told her that he missed the dick. Whatever, you get it.
And
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Relevance.
Yeah. Yes to both. Yes, if you pay me, I will represent you. And if you ignore my advice, well, if you lie to me, I'll drop you. I will bow out. Don't lie to me. But I like this. Objection, Your Honor. What's the objection?
It's a little late, counsel. Overruled.
then in 1221, did Ms. Catani initiate conversation on that date?
Well, yeah, we had sex the day before.
And did she
Wait. What the fuck? That didn't make any sense.
initiate conversation on that date?
Well, yeah, we had sex.
Did Ms. Catani,
Overruled.
then in 1221, did Ms. Catani initiate conversation on that date?
Well, yeah, we had sex the day before.
On 12/21, did Ms. Catani initiate contact on that date? Yes, we had sex the day before. How the fuck does that answer the question?
And did she send photographs to you of a sexual nature?
Yes.
And just not just to remain polite, but just what were the nature of that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Proceed,
Relevance.
counsel. Yes. Who's not?
God damn, there's a lot of bailiffs. There's 2 at the back door, 2 at the other door. There's 2 sitting here. Jesus Christ. This is Bailiff Central.
So with respect to the cell phone, how did you learn it was her son's cell phone?
She told me it was her.
So
she's fucking texting him from her son's cell phone? Dude. Scandalous. Believable and scandalous.
invited you over for sex on 12/15?
Yeah, so we,
Just yes or no?
yes,
Okay. 12/21, is that the date that you received another sexually oriented photo?
yes.
Was there a sexually oriented request?
Yeah, she said she wanted to have a threesome that night.
What's the relevance of this line of questioning, counsel?
You don't have,
The judge is like, since the other attorneys aren't going to object, I'm going to ask what the relevance is because I'm getting fucking tired of this.
the relevance is that Ms. Catani is claiming that she wants to get away from my client, that she's scared of him, and yet she's constantly pursuing
I
him
think the
for
fact that the
sexual
technical
relations.
established that
Okay.
without getting into details of this.
Thank you. I'll ask another question. Did you ever say anything when you left her house, fast forwarding to the night in question here, 12/23, did you say anything when you left the house?
No, wait until she fell asleep, it was not quiet.
Did you say this is war, as it states in the police report?
Absolutely not.
Now, I just want to ask you, the last thing I want to ask you about is the 23rd. So describe for the court the circumstances behind how you came to go to her house. Why did you go to her house?
So we had spoken the night before
Objection calls for a fucking narrative.
from 12:30 to 2. She apologized. She admitted that she had been in contact with Ken Mello, with Brian Tully, with Captain Peter, all while outwardly supporting me. She said she did it out of pure anger after we broke up on December 9th, and that she wanted to invite me over to show me all the text messages because she didn't feel comfortable taking screenshots of them and sending them to me. So I went over there and I told her beforehand, I can't sleep over. I'm just here to look through your phone and see the screenshots. And she was okay with that. We agreed to meet in the conference room area. We did for approximately 2 hours. She voluntarily showed me her phone. That was the whole purpose of being there. And around 11 o'clock, one of her sons woke up and we had to go into her apartment. And when we went in there, she began,
Let me stop you right there. So you're down in the conference room and her kids are upstairs?
she lives on the first floor. Yes,
So she's not in her apartment and the kids are in the apartment?
that's correct.
And how did she come to get that knowledge that the kids were awake?
She has a ring camera video in her house. And I believe one of her sons are there, the 12-year-old are there.
And what did you and she do in response to the 12-year-old alert?
We went into her apartment and she began to unplug all of her surveillance because I was suspicious that she would be recording it. She'd recorded me before in the past. And so she began to unplug everything. And then we sat down at around 11. And for about 3.5 hours, we went through all of the messages between her and Captain Peter between December 11th and December 23rd.
When you say we, was it we or was it just you taking her phone and stealing it from her to do it what you would with it?
I never touched her phone. She was in complete control of the phone the whole time.
How did she proffer the information to you? What did you
So
do?
she would scroll through the messages and I would sit there taking notes about what I was seeing.
And at some point, you assembled 5 pages of notes,
Yes, including that Jennifer McKee was her babysitter.
and that's the alleged co-conspirator from the Reed case.
Correct.
Did she talk to you about how she came to be involved with Ms. Gattani?
Yeah, she said that Catherine Peter put
Objection, relevance.
her in touch with Jennifer McKee on
Objection, the witness is giving a narrative.
December 13th, and that Jennifer McKee told her.
What's the relevance of this line of question? I know there's no objection, but what's the
What's the relevance? I know there's no objection, but what's the relevance of this? You should have objected.
I'll withdraw it.
I mean, wait, you can focus on that line.
Sure. And so the general idea, without getting into too much specifics, is that is she willingly proffering you her phone, or are you taking it from her?
Oh, yeah, it was willingly
Fucking who cares?
proffering, was her, the whole purpose of me being there.
Did you express any anger or hostility towards her?
No, I expressed sadness and disappointment, reading how she was, saying horrible things about me in the messages, but I said I forgave her, and I was happy and proud that she was coming forward and doing the right thing.
Did you ever tell her to lie anywhere or misrepresent anything or delete anything or get rid of anything?
I told her the exact opposite. I told her, just tell the truth, because there's nothing to hide. We haven't done anything wrong, and there's nothing, this is a fishing expedition, there's nothing to see here.
What about the lawyer? Did you try to set up some scheme with the lawyer that would report to you instead of her? Anything to that effect?
She said she couldn't afford a lawyer, and I said, I'll message my friend Mike Ehrlich. And so I messaged my friend Mike Ehrlich, he's an attorney in Worcester on Facebook.
Objection.
I haven't seen if he's gotten back to me. Because I haven't-
Why isn't anybody objecting?
Were you trying to help her or arrange something for yourself?
No, I was trying to help her because she seemed desperate and sad. And I felt bad for her
Objection.
because, she seemed very scared. She kept saying how scared she was because they wanted her phone.
Objection.
And she was also scared because she specifically said, how am I going to
Objection.
get out of this situation with Kate Peter? If she finds out I'm talking to you, then she's going to post pictures of me and she's going to come after me.
And incidentally, with respect to Ms. Gattani's testimony that she was afraid you were going to post sexual pictures of her in retaliation, you recall that?
I heard her testimony, yes.
Did she spend the entire month of December sending you sexual pictures?
Yeah, we exchanged
Objection.
almost every day.
At some point, just for the court, just tell the court when it was you engaged in sexual relations that night with her.
So after we finished reading her voluminous pieces with Captain Peter.
Objection, narrative, objection, non-responsive.
And then started feeling my pants and she started giving me
Objection.
sex. And so we had sex for about, 20, 30 minutes. And then.
No one wants to hear this, bro.
I said, I had to
Objection,
go home. I was told her before, I can't sleep over.
objection,
They're
narrative.
going to the 24th. And she didn't like that answer at all. She said, you used me, or something snapped in her. And she immediately. put her
Objection,
clothes on
non-responsive.
And went into the living room and took my notes and ripped several pages of them out and stuck them down her shirt.
Did you touch her in any way at that point?
No, I asked her several times, can I have them back? Even the next day, I even texted her, I said, can I have those notes back?
Objection.
That's my property, it's what I spent hours working on over there. I would never try to take, I knew they were in the shirt, but I wasn't gonna touch her against her will. And so,
What happened next?
so what happened next was.
Objection calls for a
she came around,
narrative.
She then took the abortion pills, the 4 abortion pills that she didn't take 2 weeks prior. But they wouldn't be.
Well, what happened next? Because
Okay.
what happened?
Is it fair to say that the subject of the conversation went back to the alleged pregnancy?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And what was the,
What do you mean the dude picked BS? I guarantee you they were sending nudes back and forth. I guarantee you they were.
outcome of that conversation with respect to what you did or what she did?
Well, I saw her take what she claimed to be the 4 abortion pills, she put them in her cheek like this. She spit one of them out. when she put it
Objection,
back.
relevance.
And then she started taking all sorts of other drugs. She went through and started taking. I don't know,
Objection?
bottle after bottle, taking pills. And.
Where's the fucking
she told me that
objection?
Now I'm taking the abortion pill. Now I'm gonna be in pain for the next 3 hours. You have to stay. You can't leave. I was trying to leave, and she was doing what she needed to do to make sure.
Where the
I couldn't
fuck
leave.
is the objection?
So after that, I eventually did walk out the door.
Is opposing counsel fucking asleep right now? Like, did Turtleboy just beat them down with just the vomit he keeps spewing out? Like, why aren't they objecting?
And then she came running out the door and said, if you leave, I'm gonna kill myself and I'm gonna blame you. I'm gonna put you in the note. And so I was scared. She's screaming. She has 4 kids in the house. So I agreed to go back inside the house. And she continued to berate me and threaten me. And I kept telling her I have to go. And she said, no, you can't. I took these pills. I'm gonna be in pain. You can't leave me here. So finally, she started screaming for all of her kids to wake up. And the 5-year-old came out.
Did she announce some sort of a plan as to why she's waking all of her kids up at
She
3
said that
o'clock
she
in
was
the
going to
morning?
she said she was going to wake them up, to put them into the car, to drive to
Objection,
my house so that
non-responsive.
he can be out in the driveway and tell his family about the baby he just aborted. And the 5-year-old walked out, and it was horrible. He had a look of absolute horror.
Objection. Thank God
At
the
some
judge
point,
finally
did
shut
she
him
settle
up.
down?
No.
Did she go to sleep at any point after this?
So eventually,
Objection,
I agreed because
relevance?
I was scared for the children.
It was a yes or no
I
question?
agreed to sit on the couch. And I sat on the couch, and she went in the other room and pretended to pass a baby. And I finally waited for her to fall asleep. At 5 o'clock, I left. I was so tired that on the way home, I fell asleep.
Objection,
behind the wheel of my car
relevance?
And I crashed on 495.
Congratulations, you crashed. Like, what the fuck? Oh my God. Those other 2 attorneys are earning their fucking paychecks right now.
At any point,
For me, 3 minutes would be fucking amazing. I am 2 pumps and a dump at best.
during this interaction on December 23rd, 2023, did you put your hands on Ms. Gattani anywhere?
Absolutely not.
Did you grab her wrist?
Not at all.
Did you grab her shoulder?
No,
Did you push her into the couch?
absolutely not.
Did you push her onto the couch?
No.
Thank you, nothing further.
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Mr. Kearney, you have a blog, is that right?
It's a news website.
And do you have followers of the blog?
Correct.
And do you have a YouTube channel?
I do.
Roughly how many followers?
Well, Roseanne, I'm going to guess that since he's actually in custody at this point, he got brought in handcuffs from jail. I don't think he's getting a whole lot of cocaine. I think you're misreading him.
Followers do you have on that YouTube channel?
Last I checked, 48,400.
Do you have a Twitter account? Roughly how many followers do you have?
Last I saw, 51,800.
Okay. Do you have an Instagram account?
I do.
Roughly how many followers do you have?
I think 25,000.
Okay. And do you have a Facebook account?
I do.
How many followers?
Roughly 42,000.
Okay. And do you broadcast to these followers? I believe you testified earlier 2 days a week,
On YouTube, I broadcast 2 days a week, correct.
but are you actively engaged with your followers?
Do I actively engage?
Yes. Do you tweet? Do you post things?
Oh, yes,
regularly?
I use social media frequently,
Generally about what?
every day.
What do you generally post about?
Lots of drugs in jail. Yeah. He's not on coke. This is him.
Stories I'm writing about.
Okay. And do you ever use that following to put together protests,
Sure,
rallies?
yes.
Do you use bullhorn?
I've used a bullhorn before.
And have you shown up to witnesses' homes with that bullhorn before?
Peacefully protesting, correct.
Okay. You testified that there was some explicit photographs exchanged between the two of you.
Correct.
Have you ever been in a relationship prior to the relationship with Ms. Katani where you shared explicit photographs?
Yes.
And have you ever posted those photographs online?
After jerk off videos and legal posted, yes.
He just admitted to revenge porn. He just admitted to revenge porn. And look at him. He thinks it's justified because someone else posted pictures of me jerking off, so I posted pictures of them.
So what you just testified,
So if you just answer the question.
Yes, I have.
so what you're saying is you've used photos from prior relationships and posted them online before?
Yes.
And was the other person upset about that?
Well, the other person posted pictures of me masturbating, so I posted pictures of her,
Okay, on a public website?
just like she did, correct?
And did you alert your followers, your hundreds of thousands of followers to view those images?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You said that my client was screaming in the morning when, after you left their apartment on the 24th, I guess, morning. You said she was screaming.
Correct.
Please make sure all phones are off. Make sure your cell phones are turned off.
And that was outside the apartment?
It was inside the apartment mostly, but there was one brief outside.
Okay, and did anybody hear that outside of any of the neighbors?
I don't know.
Okay, no one woke up and no one came out and checked on her?
No, I was back in the apartment in 10 seconds.
Okay, one moment, here.
Oh, and that was only 10 seconds of screaming and yelling. Huh. Only 10 seconds. I don't think so. That sounded like it was back in the audience.
I believe you testified earlier that you're familiar with metadata because you have experience as an online journalist.
Sorry?
Familiar with editing videos, would you say?
No.
No, you don't know how to edit the video?
No.
You have no idea how to post the video on your YouTube channel?
No, I posted a video.
So do you know how to edit the content of those videos on your YouTube
No,
channel?
it's only a boomer.
What is that?
Means I'm not familiar with that aspect of video producing.
So you're not familiar with editing videos, but you are familiar with how to decipher metadata on cellular telephones?
Yeah, you just click on it, it shows you the metadata.
And that's your extent of knowledge on how to discover metadata?
Yeah, it's not complicated.
Okay, okay. And you've never edited a video before?
Edited a video?
Yeah.
No, I have somebody else that edits videos.
Okay. Who's that?
Her name's Laura, she owns the YouTube channel.
Okay. And do you ever instruct her to edit videos?
No,
She has full discretion on what to post on her YouTube video? Or YouTube channel?
so if she'll take clips of things that I've done on the show, like funny clips, and she'll make highlight reels of them, that's basically what she does.
Okay. But do you have authority on what is posted?
Yeah, I mean, I've uploaded videos, sure.
Okay. So you can upload the video, but your colleague Lauren edits the video?
No, if I upload it, then it's as it is.
After the incident with Ms. Katani, did you ever upload any videos related to her?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you post about her on your blog?
I've not posted about her on my blog.
Did you post about her on any of your social media accounts?
I've never mentioned her name publicly at all on any social media.
But you did upload a video of a conversation between the two?
Yes, without saying her name.
Yes, without saying her name. Justifying every fear that she had expressed about him posting. So he's upset at her for talking to Kate. He's threatened DCSF stuff to her. He has a history of posting Kate's DCF stuff, which they haven't talked about in here. He has a history of posting revenge porn. He has posted private conversations of theirs without mentioning her name. Not a good look. And he doesn't understand it's not a good look, right? He doesn't understand it's not a good look. And that's the weird thing. It's weird that he doesn't understand that civilized people don't do those things. So
No further questions, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Lincoln, any further?
No,
Your Honor, I think if this is okay with brother counsel here, I have my investigator here, Mark Chappetta. He filed a report about speaking with Grace Barrett. She's a lady that I mentioned at the beginning of this who didn't show up, the babysitter of Ms. Gattani. He wrote a report, and that's the report that says that Ms. Barrett told him Ms. Gattani recanted and said that Mr. Carney didn't assault him. So I'd like to offer that video. I can call Mr. Chiappetta, or I can proffer it. No, a report, just a written report. Oh, I'm sorry, I must have misspoke. I meant I have reports from Mr. Chiappetta, from Ms. Grace Barrett, the babysitter. I have a report from, actually, this is a signed statement taken by Mr. Chiappetta of an ex-boyfriend of Ms. Gattani, Nicholas Bonfilio, who states that,
Well, I don't think it's in there.
oh, sure, relevant to the issues that we have been dealing with here, and I'd ask.
Have you shared that with council?
Yes, sir. And then I have a third one, a statement signed by
A
ex-girlfriend.
statement from
A
a
written-
boyfriend? Where is he? Why did it tell you?
He's out of town, I believe. I just have one moment. He's traveling, he's on vacation, Judge. And Mr. Chiappetta, my investigator's here, and he took the written statement. It was signed by Mr. Bonifilio. And Mr. Bonifilio actually reached out to us.
This court is now back in session. You may be seated.
Connie, Record Carney.
Your Honor, I can give the court a report if I may on Ms. Barrett. She's been texting one of the members of the defense team, and she's now saying that she has COVID and she doesn't want to come in. So I want to ask the court to, in light of that, I want to ask the court to allow me to recall Mr. Carney about he knows Ms. Barrett, and she reached out to him a couple of times, and I would question him about the interaction, subject to cross-examination.
You're going to recall your witness that you just, that's an bold move.
You want Mr. Carney to testify to what?
So in the days following this incident, Your Honor, Ms. Carney, strike that, Ms. Barrett reached out to Mr. Carney. And Mr. Carney knows Ms. Barrett from having visited there several times when Ms. Barrett was babysitting. So they know each other. Ms. Barrett was one of Mr. Carney's followers on Facebook. And they know each other. They're friendly. And that's from Mr. Carney being at Ms. Gattani's house from time to time. And the offer of proof would be, Your Honor, that Ms. Barrett reached out to Mr. Carney and told Mr. Carney the same thing that I was proffering.
When did she reach out?
On the 25th and 26th, Your Honor. They spoke on the phone, and the similar information that we were going to offer through Mr. Chiappetta, our investigator, was related to Mr. Carney. And when Mr. Carney reported that to me, I said, okay, Mr. Chiappetta, get out there and get a statement. So it actually originates with Mr. Carney.
Did you get a written statement?
Mr. Chiappetta did. Well, no, Mr. Chiappetta spoke with her. She didn't want to cooperate. She didn't want to testify. She didn't want to sign a statement. So Mr. Chiappetta, he wrote a statement about his interaction with her. And so it's Mr. Chiappetta's statement. But Mr. Carney took the same information from her. That's what prompted us to send our investigator. Excuse me one second.
Have you heard of it?
And the offer of proof, Your Honor, would be that Ms. Barrett was calling Mr. Carney from when she was inside of Ms. Gattani's house, right at the time this happened.
Yeah, this is, you mean this witness was in the home?
Yes, babysitting.
On the 20th?
This is hearsay. Like if they want him to testify to pure hearsay.
And 26th, Your Honor, and called Mr. Carney and reported this to Mr. Carney. So the original recipient of it is Mr. Carney, not Mr. Chiappetta. After hearing this from Mr. Carney, I then dispatched Mr. Chiappetta to get a statement. Mr. Carney was locked up, and so I sent Mr. Chiappetta to get a statement.
So, by the way, Paul, I'm not really following your argument with Nevaeh, but for all murders, there is an intent element. It's a mens rea element. For some it's intentional, for others it's willingly, for others it's knowingly, for others it's recklessly. There's or maybe even it's just criminal negligence. There's always a mens rea intent element in a murder case. So I don't know what you're trying to argue. It's not just first degree murder. It's any murder, there is a mens rea requirement, if that helps.
She's under subpoena to be, why did she-
She's now saying she has COVID. That's what she said. I don't know, Judge. That's what she's saying. So
Did she say that this morning when you spoke to her?
no, I think that's a recent fabrication, as we might say. But this morning it was related to one of the members of the defense team.
Where is she?
So, two things I just heard. One is that he just called the witness that he wants to call. He's basically questioning her veracity. He's saying that she's saying that she has COVID. That's a recent fabrication. The other thing is that apparently his witness just relayed the information that the witness has COVID to, quote, the defense team. I already know this doesn't go well, but at this point, Bradel should be thinking to himself, this probably isn't going to go well. And I've been staring at this all night long. What kind of weird fucking pudgy body shape does Bradel have where he gets that fold? It looks kind of like at the base of his, not even the base of his ribs. It's not at his waist. It's not at his waist. Like right there, that fold. Right there. He gets that fold all the time. What the fuck is folding there? What weird fat rolls does Bradel have that make a fold there? I can't stop looking at it. Sorry, I get distracted sometimes.
Is she no right now?
I had no idea, Your Honor. She did pick up the phone this morning.
Who spoke with her?
Ms. Lombardi.
Who's
And
this one?
she's one of Mr. Carney's friends who's been helping us with the marshaling all this various tips and people and everything else. And she informed Ms. Lombardi that she would call.
So, like, why sometimes can you see it and sometimes you can't?
Court.
But like, there's the line of his belt right there. That's the line of his belt. So this is like half, like, now it's a fold all the way across. I don't know. This is so fucking weird. Is he wearing a man girdle?
And say that she was sick, I think, or something to that effect, Your Honor. So she clearly doesn't want to be here. You know, I don't want to.
She clearly doesn't want to be here, and I'm going to fucking call her anyway.
If she has COVID, supposedly, and she's this reluctant, and she's related to myself, not myself, Mr. Chiappetta and Mr. Carney, that she doesn't want to test.
Maybe like one of the soft back braces, like the one for lifting that you shouldn't be wearing tight if you're not lifting. Maybe.
I can understand she being reluctant, but she's a key witness as far as your client is concerned.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
And I would rather hear from her than hearing from an investigator, or hearing from Mr. Kearney, or hearing from Ms. Katana. I'd rather hear from her under oath, subject to your examination and cross-examination by counsel.
Sure.
Because if she is saying, you made it up, you're saying that she has, have you spoken to her?
No, I have not spoken to her, Judge. I don't want to be a witness. That's why I had my
So
investigator
your
do it.
investigator says that she will testify.
Mhm.
that Ms. Catani had a conversation with her, and Ms. Catani stated that he did not assault me.
Correct.
That's important. I'd like to hear that testimony. I'd rather hear that from her.
You know, I would too, Your Honor. If I could just have one moment, please, Your Honor.
What have you heard?
I think you're covering it, but there's about 8 layers of hearsay here.
Your client denied she had a conversation with her.
Correct. First of all, remember, this is in the timeline. This is after the event of the appeal. And my client will testify if need be that she did not have a conversation with Ms. Barrett regarding what's proffered in this.
So I didn't hear from her. I don't know what you want.
Judge, I just, you know, I appreciate the court wanting to be careful and meticulous.
I want to hear from her. I made that question, sir. I want to examine.
Sure. Well,
If the judge wants it, the judge gets it.
you know, I don't know what to tell you, Judge. She's saying she has COVID. I don't think she's going to agree to come in without.
She's not responsive though.
No. If a party made it so the person couldn't be there, then you might be able to get hearsay in. Like if you show that the defendant secreted away a witness to prevent that witness from testifying, things like that. But just generally speaking, the witness doesn't want to be a witness. No, you need the witness.
Yes. Ma'am, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear in the matter now in the hearing?
They had hand and foot or ankle and wrist cuffs on them. Damn. Like they are fucking taking this serious. They've got hand and wrist cuffs on this motherfucker. They are taking him serious.
Yes. Ma'am, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear in the matter now in the hearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Radel, if the counsel want to talk to you. Clerk's here to examine the witness.
Yes, thank you very much, Ron.
Counsel, you're up.
Mr. Pollock's going to handle this witness.
She's on Zoom.
Is it okay to question my hearing, Your Honor? Is that okay?
See, I don't see a brace on him, whatever it is. I think he's just got weird fat. I think he's very sedentary and it's just weird fat.
Can you see her?
I can see you, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Barrett, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you see me?
No, but that's okay.
All right. Ma'am, my name is Tim Bradel. I'm the attorney for Aiden Carney, and I want to ask you some questions, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes.
Are you feeling okay right now?
Not really. I'm like, can't even sit up so much longer.
Okay. Well, we'll try to make it as brief as we can, okay? You have to answer for the tape recording so they can hear your responses. Okay?
Yep.
All right.
Can you identify her physically?
State your name and spell your last name, please.
Grace Barrett, Barrett.
And where do you live?
Norwood, Mass.
And I understand that you're a babysitter. Is that one of your occupations?
No, I wouldn't say that. I only babysat. It's not an occupation. I did it for a friend, and I've only done it maybe 3 times.
Okay. And who did you do it for?
Lindsay.
Is that Ms. Gattani?
Yes.
And how do you know Ms. Gattani?
She has children with my cousin,
And who's your cousin?
Frankie Keegan, Francis Keegan.
All right. How long have you known Ms. Gattani?
Maybe not even a year.
And what about Mr. Carney?
She has children her youngest was 2. Testimony here is that Keegan has children with this gal's cousin. She's only known this gal for less than a year. Best case scenario, that's the 2-year-old. So didn't know her until the kid was a year old.
Do you know Mr. Carney?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Well, are you, do you follow his internet presence at all, Facebook or YouTube
Nope.
or anything?
Nope.
Okay.
Very defined answers.
Have you, in the month of December, have you been on the phone with Mr. Carney?
Ooh, long pause.
December? No, because I hardly even talked to them in December.
December? No, because I haven't even talked to them in December.
Lindsay or anything.
You did direct objective to some conversation with some person.
Sure. Ms. Barrett, you spoke on the phone to Aiden Carney recently, didn't you?
Maybe I think he called me the morning of court.
Hold on a second.
Maybe I think he called me.
Ms. Barrett, you spoke on the phone to Aiden Carney recently, didn't you?
Maybe I think he called me the morning of court.
So you spoke to him the
Do you know Aiden Carney? No, not at all. Did you speak to him in December? No, not in December. Did Aiden call you recently? I think maybe he called me the morning of court. Is this making sense to anybody? Maybe I think he called me. Yeah, I don't know him at all. How the fuck does he have, like, girl, why you lying? Why you always lying?
morning of court, meaning what, the 22nd of December?
No,
Or how about the
No.
26th of December?
the 26th.
And
I didn't speak at all to him in December, except for the 26th of December, apparently.
you spoke with him on the 20th.
Is there anybody in fucking Massachusetts who doesn't lie? Holy shit.
26th?
I can't even remember it. Like, it wasn't anything sufficient or long, or I don't even know right now. Tell you the truth.
I don't believe her.
Are you nervous?
No, I'm sick as a dog. Like,
Doesn't sound sick. Sounds nervous. Sounds lying.
really sick.
So
I'm really sick. Believe me. Trust me. Trust me. No, I'm really sick.
I don't know what you're getting at. What do you want to get at? I know
Why are you so hostile?
nothing about this.
I don't know nothing about this. Then what'd you talk to Aiden about on the 26th?
ma'am, on 12/27, you spoke
Oh.
with a gentleman named Mark Chiappetta. Do you remember that? Our investigator, Mr. Chiappetta?
Not really. I told him I knew nothing, basically.
Very, not really. I told him I knew nothing.
You talked to him first on
I
12/27?
told him I never knew nothing about the pregnancy. I knew nothing about their relationship. That I only know Lindsay because I am cousins with her, 3 of her children. That's it.
Cousins with 3 of her children. And her children were something like, it was like 14, 10, like 5 and 2, if I remember correct. So like one of this, like, I'm not going to go back to it, but isn't it a little fucking weird that she only knows her for like a year? When the youngest is 2 and there's like a 5-year-old and a 10-year-old and a 14-year-old. I'm assuming that it's the 3 youngest, but she only knows her for a year? Or Frankie's kids?
Are you cousins with their father or the children? Or
Yeah, well, oh, yeah, they're my second cousins then, okay?
Woof. They're my fucking cousins, okay? Ooh. Ooh.
You spoke
I
with,
babysat 3 times for her, and it wasn't even to go out with Aiden.
Objection, Your Honor. There's no pending question. Move to strike.
Never even babysat for her to get a rental car and a doctor's, like, nothing sufficient to have anything to do with her and Aiden.
sure.
Well, that wasn't responsive to any fucking question. Well, so the judge is in a bit of a pickle here. This is Bradle's witness, and Bradle can't call her as a hostile witness, or at least he didn't. I'm assuming he can't. In California, there's very few instances where you can call a hostile witness. You can call opposing parties a hostile witness. And in a few instances, you can call like agents of a corporation who are no longer agents of the corporation as a hostile witness. So like if the president of a corporation quits, you can still call him as a hostile witness if the corporation is a party, opposing party. But she's not. I mean, whether or not, like, I'm going to assume that if Massachusetts allowed him to call her as a hostile witness, he'd put her. So Bradle's in a bit of a pickle here because I believe this gal's a liar. So whatever she said to his Bradle's investigator and or to Aiden is most likely different from the testimony that she's giving now, or else Bradle wouldn't have called her as a witness. But Bradle can't object, like, to non-responsive, move, strike, yada, yada, yada. So, it's a tough position to be in. And I feel for Bradle, but there's nothing Bradle can do at this point other than just to stop talking to the witness. You know, no further questions or whatever. And there's nothing the judge can really do because it's Bradle's witness.
Isn't it true that you've been babysitting in the house?
This is your witness, so don't leave the witness, please.
Oh, I was a little fucked up that the judge is technically correct that you can't lead your own witness, but she's obviously hostile. I'm surprised the judge didn't give a little more leeway to Bradle.
This is not cross-examined, it's your witness you want to call.
After Mr. Ned,
I really, like, I can't, I'm burning up.
There's no pending question.
No.
I understand, it won't take that long.
I'm burning up.
Cut it out, dog.
Bradle, this is your witness, I think you should be prepared for the examination of this witness, let's go.
Well, Judge, if she would come here under a subpoena.
No, she's under oath, she's in front of me right now. She can see me as a judge on the bench, okay?
There's no way I could get there right now. I am so sick.
Okay, next question, please.
Ma'am, you spoke with Mr. Carney on Facebook Messenger, isn't that correct? Right around Christmas time.
Not that I remember. No, I don't know. No. I have nothing to say about their relationship. I knew nothing about her pregnancy.
Objection, non-responsive. Move to strike, but she's my witness.
Had nothing to do with them. That's it. And I told the detective that. Do not involve me. I have no information about them.
You didn't want to be involved?
Judge,
There was nothing to be involved
I
on.
object to leaving the witness.
She kept everything from me. Like, I knew nothing about any of this.
Next question, please.
Why didn't you want to be involved?
Because I knew nothing. And there's nothing to say.
Ma'am, isn't it true that on 12/27, you spoke with Mr. Geppetto, our investigator?
About what? What are you talking about? The investigator kept trying to talk to me. And I said, I
It's the fucking question.
do not want to be involved. I knew nothing. Nothing.
That's not what you told Mr. Geppetto, though, is it?
This is your witness, Mr. Brady.
Oh my God.
You're trying to impeach your own witness.
Sometimes.
Yeah, you shouldn't try to impeach her on witness. You should just fucking stop. You're not going to get out of her what you want.
You don't do that. Your witness is not cooperative, then anyone has to.
I should ask you whether she had a conversation with Mr.
Let me ask you another question. Ma'am,
I told him to leave me alone and I wasn't talking to him.
you talked to him on 2 separate dates, didn't you?
Objection.
No, I told him to leave me
Say.
alone. No. One time he asked to talk and I said no, and he asked if I would meet him and I said, I don't know. And then when he called, I said I wouldn't meet him.
So yeah, she just admitted that yes, talked to him 2 separate times.
Did you arrive to
But
babysit
it's not
at
going to
Ms.
help.
Catani's house on 12/27/23?
Yes.
And on that date, you were aware that there was an incident involving Mr. Carney and Ms. Catani. Is that right?
Objection, leading.
Yeah, you're leaving the witness, Mr. This is your witness.
She's
This is your witness. It's your witness.
Right.
We all-
If you call a witness, Your Honor, it's not cooperative.
Next question.
You were aware that there was an incident between Mr. Carney and Ms. Catani, correct?
Yep, that's why I was going to babysit.
And you went over there, and the first thing you did was talk to Ms. Catani about the incident, right?
Objection, leading, Judge.
Nope, you're wrong. I went there and hung with the kids. She was getting dressed.
Didn't you make it a point?
Mr. Brady, why don't you ask her the conversation she had with Ms. Catani that day, okay?
What was the conversation you had with Ms. Catani that day?
None. She was getting dressed. I told her not to tell me anything. I didn't want to know, not to tell me anything. I didn't want to know anything because I didn't want to get involved in this. I did say that to her.
Was she trying to?
Did not tell me anything. I didn't want to get involved.
What
And
prompted you to
I left. I went and hung with the kids, only the kids.
What prompted you to say that to Ms. Catani?
Because I don't want to be involved. Basically, where I am now.
Were you about to get involved?
Oh my God. What does it mean? I know nothing. What do you want to ask? I know nothing.
Mr. Brady, I think the proper-
You know everything.
What statements, if any, did Ms. Catani make to you on that day?
None. None.
So you came to her house to babysit that day?
And I sat with the kids.
And it's your
Yes,
testimony
she was
that
at, no, and she was about to leave and she left.
and it's your testimony that you didn't have any discussions with Ms. Catani?
Ask the answer, Judge.
Yes. Oh, Jesus.
Nothing further.
Any questions?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett. Madam Clerk. Any further?
Defense calls Aiden Carney.
How can you call? How can you? You've already called him. You've already called him.
Objection, he's already testified.
What's the purpose?
Impeach the witness, Your Honor.
This is your witness. You're gonna call your client to rebut a witness that you called,
You can't fucking impeach your own goddamn witness. I swear to God.
that you put under summons.
Your
It's
Honor,
not gonna happen.
I have to lay down, please.
Mr. Brady, you know that's not proper.
Your Honor,
This is your witness. You summoned her to be here today. She testified. Now you're gonna call someone else to impeach your own witness?
and to also offer substantive testimony about their conversations with Ms.
Doesn't go
Barrett.
that way. You're practicing law.
But even it would still be hearsay because he would be testifying about what a non-party opponent allegedly told him about what a party opponent said. Now, what the party opponent said is not going to be hearsay, but the other person telling him what the party opponent said is hearsay. So you can't do it. Like, this is stupid. I don't even know why Braille's trying.
But Judge, that's at a trial. This is a hearing where the rules of evidence expressly do not apply.
But we have
They apparently do apply Because you motherfuckers been making objections. You dumb shit.
Oh, you're treating it like a trial.
Well, I have to, within the framework, it's a civil proceeding. You know, this has been going all day.
Judge, we do things right. A witness comes to us with information. We send an
I cannot talk
investigator
to you.
to,
She can, you can, she
All right, we're done here. Thank you.
we send an investigator to take a statement from her. Witnesses are not my witness or the plaintiff's witness. Witnesses
Yeah,
are
they are.
witnesses.
You call them.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes,
It's your
but that
witness.
doesn't mean that, people sometimes have to call witnesses that, you expect them to tell the truth and you expect them to proffer the evidence that they've already proffered to you. And if they don't, then you should be given some leeway to cross-examine them, which you didn't give me, which I respect your decision. So the next
You don't get to cross your own witness, bro.
move for that has to be that I would offer under the, this type of a proceeding where the rules of evidence do not apply and we
The
do
rules of evidence do apply.
many
They may be relaxed, but they do apply.
many of these hearings, all of us in this room in front of the bar, where the rules of evidence
I'll
don't
allow you
apply.
to witness to anyone you would have called, anything that happened on the night of the session. That's what I thought this witness was going to testify. You made an offer of proof this morning, Mr. Brady.
Yes,
That if she were called to testify, that you would testify to A, B, and C.
that's what she told my investigator, Your Honor. A, B, C, D, E, F,
How did you
G.
get it wrong?
No, we didn't get it wrong. She's not telling the truth. Is my proffer. Excuse me one
So
second.
witness.
So Judge, where a witness decides to not be cooperative, the proponent of the evidence should have another way to introduce it, particularly where we're at a proceeding where the rules of evidence don't apply. So I would ask you to allow me to,
You keep saying the rules of evidence don't apply. Why are people making objections that the rules of evidence don't apply?
call a percipient witness to the interactions with Ms. Barrett to report them to the court, and Your Honor is the fact finder, and you can do with it what you will. But in terms of,
Here's another fucking real problem here. Okay, he calls Carney to impeach the witness, right? So now she's a liar, which means that what she said to the investigator about what the petitioner allegedly said is now also tainted by her being a liar. You can't trust what she just said, so you need me to let me call my client up to testify about what she said. But we want that part to be construed as true and the part that she's saying today to be construed as false. We want the part that she said when she wasn't under oath to be construed as true, and the part that she said today under oath was false. Like, he's so focused on getting this testimony in that he's lost it. Like, he's lost the plot.
tightening up the rules of evidence. I know it's late. I know it's a lot of information. I really appreciate the court's patience. And you've been very indulgent in allowing us to put our case in. But this is an important aspect of the case that for whatever reason, one side of the conversation.
Oh, Jared, I fully expect Bradel. So Bradel had nothing to gain by calling a witness who was going to not testify what he thought the witness was going to testify about. I know you're biased, and that's fine, but I doubt that Bradel would want to sabotage his own client's case. And what you're suggesting is that Bradel wanted to sabotage his own client's case. Calling a witness who is not going to testify what you want the witness to testify about is sabotaging your case. Bradel should have picked up that she wasn't going to testify what he wanted her to testify about because she was saying she was sick, because she was communicating with defense and not him. He should have picked it up. He didn't. And now maybe he felt trapped because he gave the offer of proof in the morning when he thought she was going to testify to what he wanted her to say. So I strongly suspect that Bradel's investigator didn't lie to Bradel, and that Bradel's investigator talked to this gal and she testified about what she testified about. And she told him what Bradel thinks she told her investigator. There's no incentive in there for the investigator to lie about what this gal's testimony was going to be. I fucking hate you. You should never ever talk to me again. It's not doing it, so I'm just going to ban you. I'll unban you tomorrow. But you're a fucking idiot, bro. Like you need to not talk. I get it. People lie. I get it. And the investigator might, but it's like going up to a cop and lying about having a gun in your pocket when you stick your hand in there and you make it look like you have a gun by holding your fingers like this. You know, it's that kind of thing. You have nothing to gain. You're only going to get hurt. Like I don't understand why you fuckers are so biased that you can't see that they got fucking duped. Bradel got duped. So the PI never got her to sign any statement. Congratulations. That doesn't mean that she didn't tell him these things. Think about it. What did as a PI, if you give shit information, do you think Bradel's ever going to hire that PI again? Do you think Bradel's ever going to hire that PI again? Bradel's never going to hire that PI. That PI had nothing to gain by lying about this. Bradel has nothing to gain by calling a witness who's going to just fuck him. The only thing that makes sense is the witness said one thing to the PI and now changed her mind for whatever fucking reason. I don't know. Maybe Frankie and the petitioner were having a bit of a tiff. And so this witness decides that she's going to narc out the petitioner. And then Frankie and the petitioner patch things up. And now the witness is like, oh, well, I don't want to narc on family. The only thing that makes sense is that witness was lying. But it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, Turtleboy threatened this bitch with the confidential stuff. And she was rightfully scared. And that's probably enough. In California, that would be enough. In California, that would be enough to get a DV. So
He doesn't want to talk about it.
maybe she wanted to be part of the attention. I think Rado was saying that this gal had been in contact with Carney through Facebook. Maybe she follows it. Maybe she follows the Karen Reed case. She thought she wanted a bit of the limelight, and then, oh shit, things can get real. Yeah, maybe she changed her mind. Yeah, but the only thing that makes sense is that she told the investigator the things that Bradel thought she told the investigator.
But that information was conveyed to.
No, again, because it's hearsay. Hearsay is an out-of-court statement offered in court for the truth of the matter asserted. Now, there are some exceptions to hearsay, like statement by a party opponent. So the investigator could testify all day long about what the plaintiff said, petitioner said, but he can't testify about what a non-party said, i.e. this babysitter gal, because that's hearsay. Even if the babysitter gal was relaying what the babysitter gal heard the petitioner say, it's still hearsay.
Mr. Carney and Mr. Chiappetta, and I have them both here to testify, and the offer of proof would be the 3-page report of notes that I gave the court from Mr. Chiappetta. And
why is Bradel still going down this road? It is hearsay. It's not coming in, dude. It's not coming in.
The same type of information was related to Mr. Carney, which is what prompted us to send Mr. Chiappetta to talk to the state. So, she's not my witness. She is who she is. She's related to the plaintiff. And she has her own reasons for changing her mind or not cooperating. We don't know. Excuse me one second, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge, counsel is incorrect. The rules of evidence do apply if there were lapse in these proceedings, first of all. Second of all, this was his witness. She testified. She didn't say what he wanted to say. He doesn't have an unlimited ability to recall witnesses and call different witnesses to say what he wants them to say. And so I'd say, Your Honor, respectfully, the time has passed. He's offered the evidence that he wanted to offer. It didn't work out as he had predicted, and that happens sometimes. And so I ask that you don't allow Mr. Carney to testify.
And Judge, you know, we have
If you
evidence.
have a statement that she gave to your investigator, I'll take that. I'm not gonna, that's it. I mean, if you have a statement that she prepared, that he prepared, that she signed, I'll take that.
There's no signed statement, Your Honor. She didn't want to cooperate. She didn't want to give a statement, but then she would talk to me.
Bradle's a fucking idiot. Bradle's a fucking idiot. He knew she didn't want to cooperate. Oh my fucking God. Holy fuck. Like, I can't believe he would do that. What were you thinking? What were you thinking? Holy fuck. Oh, well, there you have it, folks. Bradle's a fucking idiot.
My investigator, and my investigator wrote what she told me, and he signed that report.
I'm sustaining the objective.
Thank you. Then we have nothing further, Judge. Thank you. No, my judgment. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, this case is a fabrication from the beginning. Mr. Carney.
Well, no, so Charles, again, like it was a waste of time and resources for him to do it, but that didn't sink him. That didn't fucking sink him. Okay. What sank him was when the petitioners testified that Aiden sent her confidential documents about her kids. That's what, because when she testified about that, instead of Bradle saying, "Do you have any proof of that?" i.e., challenging her statement, challenging her credibility on that issue. Instead of doing that, he runs attack of assuming that is correct, and then he puts his fucking client up on the stand who testifies about how he's just like revenge porn is a-okay and blah blah blah. So that's what sank it. That other witness is fucking like, that was a huge waste of time at the beginning with the offer of proof, the 3-hour offer of proof, and at the end with that the abortion of a hearing. And it didn't get Aiden out of jail for a day. He's there. They have cells in that courtroom, and they put him in those little cells, and he just gets to come out for the hearing. So not quite, but not quite.
Had just gotten out of Superior Court. He's not going to go commit domestic violence 24 hours later. And even the nature of this is already on the plaintiff's best evidence is so incredibly ridiculously thin.
Do you know how many criminals get out of court, get out of jail, and go and commit a crime, like right out of jail? It's not an uncommon thing. It's a surprisingly too common thing.
That it smells. It stinks to high heaven, Your Honor. The plaintiff here stole property from Mr. Carney, and Mr. Carney, to his credit, remained calm and asked for it and didn't get it. The whole time through this particular night, Your Honor, Mr. Carney did the right thing in the circumstances. He stayed there when he didn't want to. He tried to keep things calm. He never for a second assaulted Miss Gattani. She never even called the police. She called investigators who have been prosecuting, and we would contend persecuting, Mr. Carney for months. She didn't call the Medfield police. That's got to raise eyebrows, Your Honor, that she calls a policeman who's got Mr. Carney in his sights to the tune of 16 indictments. That itself is suspicious. Her first call is to him. His call is to the Medfield police. He calls the Medfield police. He invited this thing. He created this thing to get Mr. Carney back in jail, to get revenge on Mr. Carney for beating them in court 24 hours earlier, getting completely freed of any restrictions that they went to great pains to try to get into place, Your Honor. There's no fear of imminent serious bodily harm on the part of the plaintiff. It's a complete fabrication when you compare the thumb drive full of communications, and I know the court's going to look at all that stuff, and you'll see that it's Ms. Gattani who's constantly reaching out to Mr. Carney. She's the one that is manipulating him with this phony pregnancy situation. This whole thing, Judge, is a fabrication for revenge from Ms. Gattani's point of view and from the police's point of view. The police engineered this whole thing to somebody who is very questionable judgment, someone who acts insane half the time on the text messages to Mr. Carney, has been maintaining a horrifying pantomime of being pregnant for months and months to manipulate Mr. Carney and get him into her house. And
the weird fucking thing with your narrative, Bradel, is that on December 5th, 4 days before the breakup, your client was considering a more formal relationship with her. Your client was going to her house, her apartment, whatever, to meet. Your client had sex with her on the night of the 7th? And apparently the 20th, and probably multiple other times, the 23rd, whatever. He's alleging he had sex with her a lot. He's alleging that he has thousands of pages worth of communications back and forth with her. But she's fucking crazy. Well, what does that say about your client, Bradel? What does that say about Aiden? If this bitch is so crazy and so bad and so terrible, and Aiden was still putting his dick in her and sending texts to her and all that other stuff.
Try to make him be her boyfriend through this insane pantomime. Your Honor, the credible evidence here is that Mr. Carney was being manipulated by her, that this is an 11th hour fabrication, that he pushed me and I fell on the couch. And to try to engineer something that puts Mr. Carney in jail, puts him at a disadvantage, exactly what the police want in this situation, Your Honor. The police showed up with a summons 2 hours after Mr. Carney gets free. A summons for what? We don't know. They never had a date in the grand jury. It got canceled. They didn't reschedule it. It's a phony grand jury investigation, we contend, Your Honor. That was all engineered to make Ms. Gattani.
See, the whole problem is like the conspiracy thing was great, except the reality is fucking Aiden threatened her with the release of the information of the kids.
A phony witness so that they could put in phony witness intimidation charges, and they manufactured this on the thinnest of evidence in terms of, he pushed me on the couch after she did something stole his property. And the whole evening was engineered by Ms. Gattani. She asked for him to come over on the 22nd. He didn't do it. She asked him to come
Did she ask for him to lay hands on her?
over on the 23rd. She baited him through the whole day and said, come over. She gives him a little tidbit of what happened, then says, but let's do the rest in person. And so he comes over. But then in her affidavit, she tells a completely different story. She tries to paint this ridiculous picture that she's the victim and Mr. Carney is pressuring her for sexual relations, pressuring her to do all sorts of testimony and all kinds of untoward activity, when in reality, it's quite the opposite, Your Honor. And that's what the written record shows, is that it's Ms. Gattani that is manipulating him, pressuring him. Then she, by her own admission, goes to his enemies and tries to get him in trouble with the enemies. Then she gets put in touch with these police officers that have charged Mr. Carney in first in district court in 9 cases, and then they indict him. They indict him with no record on cases that could have absolutely been handled in the Stoughton District Court.
That's not before me. I don't know anything about that.
These-
I know what you're saying.
Sure. That's the gist of my argument, Your Honor, is that Ms. Gattani is not a victim. She's not afraid of him. After the time she said she was afraid of him, after the time she said that she didn't want to see him again, she contacted him hundreds of times. After she said she's afraid that he's going to put sexual pictures of her on the internet, the reality is the opposite. She sent him sexual pictures for weeks after that. It's all false, Your Honor. The whole affidavit is blown up by the Facebook and text record and the testimony of Mr. Carney. Mr. Carney was forthcoming with everything that happened here. He repeated details that he's not proud of, but he told the truth and the whole truth about everything that happened here with their interactions. And the truth here, Judge, says that he didn't do anything with respect to domestic violence or witness intimidation. He did exactly the opposite. He told her to tell the truth, and he tried to help her. And she twisted that all around because she's a rejected suitor. And that's what this is about, Your Honor. And she used all of her.
How is she a rejected suitor? They had sex the night he allegedly pushed her.
Tools for revenge. She used the police used her. The police basically shook down a mentally unstable woman for their own purposes, and she was a willing participant. So I ask that you please end this charade.
So Aiden dates mentally unstable women and considers having formal relationships with them.
Dismiss this restraining order and allow Mr. Carney to get back to his life. Thank you, Your Honor.
Allow him to get back to his life. Like what? He's gonna fucking he's gonna leave this room in cuffs today and get back to his life. Like, get back to his life. He ain't gonna get back to his life until after his trial.
Your Honor, just very briefly, appreciate your time today. This has been a long hearing. We appreciate your willingness to really be thoughtful with participation today. So on the last comment, this is kind of, I've been lucky enough to.
I'm not a huge fan of long-winded closing arguments. If it's going to be long, I would ask that I would ask permission from the court that the attorneys prepare written closing arguments. I would rate it fairly low. When you have the judge waving off parts saying, that's not for me, it means you're going too far afield. You look at the elements, you address each of the elements, since he's on defense, you deny each of the elements, say how you've denied each of the elements, and thank the court, and that's it. So basically, I think if you go for more than about 5 minutes, it's a problem. You don't want to go over the whole thing again.
Represent a lot of women in domestic violence, and that's the classic victim shaming language you hear, that she shared the sexual explicit images in a relationship. So she opened the door for them to be posted or threatened against her to be posted online. That argument makes.
The question is, what basis does Rakita have for saying a minimum of 40 years on the original line charges? Did Rakita go over the sentencing guidelines? Did Rakita pull stats? Does Rakita have extensive experience as criminal defense? Yeah. He's using sentencing guidelines, huh? Here's a fun fact. A lot of times there will be a deal. I know Turtleboy is fighting it right now, but if I was the defense attorney, I would be maneuvering towards the deal. Because I've seen some pretty crazy deals. Like what was it, 9 counts of sexual acts on a minor. And that one got, what was it? It was like 18 years or something, or 21 years. It was a low amount. It was because of deal. And those charges, I think each one of them could have gone up to, it was in Arizona. God, what was it? They could have gone up to like 30 years each or something like that. I don't remember. And they could have been consecutive instead of concurrent, yada, yada. I mean, maybe he'll resist the deal. Depends on how good the deal is, right? That's my best guess there, Jared.
Absolutely no sense. And I know the court picked up on that. But real quickly, there was a lot of distractions today about conspiracies against the defendant. We're not here for that. We're here for this one incident that happened on the 23rd. We have a low threshold under the statute to prove by preponderance of the evidence, and I think we proved that through my client's testimony and the testimony of the defendant. They were in an intimate relationship together. There was violence that occurred on the 23rd when he grabbed her and pushed her, as well as the threats that he made against her with the sexually explicit images and other veiled threats that he made through images of personal information regarding her children. And then the client, she testified that she remains in imminent fear. And part of that is because of who she knows the defendant to be, especially after the incident of violence, as well as his large following and his ability to continue the harassment and threatening of her going forward. So,
yeah, I mean, that sounds logical.
we ask the court to just grant the extension of the restraining order that you already granted for 1 year. Thank you.
That was not a terribly good closing argument either, but it was short, and the court would appreciate that.
Court, all right. What's after the recess? We do it all. Thank you.
Based upon the evidence presented, I found the plaintiff has never heard the proof of the restraining order for a year until January 7th, 2025. Mr. Kearney, you have to comply with this order. Here we go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the stipulations in the order are, I know it was no abuse at first. Can we add no harassment?
Well, I take a very dim view of blue bacon as well.
Policy or provisions that possible?
Wait, hold on a second. You can't ask for shit that you didn't ask for in the petition.
At first, can we add no harassment policy or provisions that possible?
What? No.
The order
No.
is as written.
Okay,
Your Honor, before, I'm sorry, when you can.
sorry, no, good.
The order as entered is continued for a year.
Your Honor, I'd like to invite the court to look at paragraph 14. I want to ask the court to modify section 14, which is a prior restraint on Mr. Carney's speech in the sense that he cannot disseminate.
I think that was done by another judge. That was done by another judge, is that correct?
I don't know, Your Honor. It was definitely entered on an ex parte basis, that's for sure. So it amounts to an ex parte.
14 was that Mr. Kearney not disclose confidential DCF findings and or court records related to the plaintiff.
Right. So, Judge, the breadth of the order, first of all, it was an ex parte issue prior restraint on Mr.
The DCSF or DCF, whatever, confidential records. I think that would survive the prior restraint challenge. But any court records? I don't know, man. I don't know because like he wouldn't be able to publish any records about this hearing, and he's in it. That does seem overbroad. Right? That might not survive a well-pled First Amendment challenge.
Carney's speech.
Does he intend to do that?
Perhaps,
Why?
because he's a journalist and he wants to exercise whatever First Amendment rights are available to him, Your Honor. And, you know, he shouldn't have to come to any government official for pre-approval to do so. And in that,
Well, the confidential record, is that what the,
sure, so that's
the order says disclose confidential DCF record.
but then it says, or court documents. Does that mean, it's an interpretation problem. Does that mean also no disclosure of court documents or confidential court documents?
Well, court records relating to the plaintiff.
So what I'm contending is I ask that the rule that paragraph 14 be stricken, Your Honor, as an unconstitutional under the First Amendment and Article 16 of our Massachusetts Declaration of Rights as a, it's the most odious of First Amendment in infractions, intrusions, where an ex parte order is issued of a prior restraint against future speech. It's the most unconstitutional speech limitation there possibly could be, Your Honor. And so I can give you an example of how it's already unconstitutionally acted against Mr. Carney, where I had a journalist from Michigan contact me, asking me for a copy of the statement, Ms. Catani's statement, and the order. And he wanted to talk about it online on his blog. He wanted to do that. I looked at paragraph 14, and I was unable to conclude that I could send him this order, so I did not send him the order. And it has the ironic effect of this order is available in the clerk's office, but Mr. Carney and I can't disseminate it. So that's another level of unconstitutional absurdity that's attached to that order, that whatever judge issued that. It's a egregious intrusion on Mr. Carney's First Amendment rights. He should be able to be subject to the laws that all of us are subject to, which is if we publish a confidential document, we get in trouble, and that's fine. And otherwise, he should be able to practice journalism and not certainly have less rights to publish things than any person that walks in off the street and accesses a court file. So I would ask that that entire paragraph be stricken, that he not disclose confidential documents. What does that mean, confidential documents? So
I can go back to Judge Matthews and ask Judge Christopher, ask her for clarification.
Well, Judge, I want to ask the court to treat it like any other provision in a restraining order, where you're the next judge, you handle the provisions.
What is that?
Your Honor, this is the kind of thing that we're exactly concerned about, is that he has this breadth of able to disseminate information. Under the order, technically, he could continue to harass my client and put her in fear of her well-being through his blog, through his followers. He already admitted he posted a video about our client. What's going to stop him from doing that again? So this is why I want a harassment provision. This is what this is all really about: the no contact, the no abuse, and no harassment. So he can't go back to his blog and start spewing out vitriol against my client.
What stops someone is the law, Your Honor, and the law against threats, libel, slander, criminal harassment, stalking, disorderly conduct. All those laws are what is the entire basket of laws that
And 209A.
These only,
and
only
209A.
relates to this plaintiff. All it is, it relates to this plaintiff. I know this whole hearing was about other matters beyond this hearing today. And you were getting to other matters beyond this hearing today. This order is just relating to this plaintiff herself. Why would he ever want to have anything to do with her?
Judge, it's so broad that me as his counsel can't even publish it to someone who wants to do a story on it. That's so incredibly violative of the First Amendment and so not what this country is about that I don't even know what to say. It's just.
So, I've been kind of pondering it in my head, and obviously I wasn't pondering it in my toes. And I actually think it would survive. I think it would survive because it's tailored to her. He can't access or publish court documents about her. I don't know. That's a tough call. Like if a That's tough.
There's no legal basis to say that he can't publish court documents. He can't disseminate court documents. That is the best example of the abuse of the ex parte restraining order system.
There are a lot of cases on judges ruling, or
about gag orders on the media discussing what's going on in a particular case or trial. And those, generally speaking, have been held to be unconstitutional. But in this case, Aiden has a domestic violence restraining order on him. So in this case, I think it would survive.
Your Honor,
I
where
think the concern was you spent the DC upgrade. Isn't that correct?
No, Your Honor, you just found that you just put it in place a 209A restraining order. With that comes limited rights. So this First Amendment argument's all well and great, but that's not pertaining to my client. You cannot harass her going forward. You cannot post things about her children, post things about her on his blog that have the purpose of intimidating. And you just found you just put a 209A order in place. It's exactly what this is for. This is exactly what the legislature intended when they put the statute in place.
Judge, the word harass her, is not a legally helpful word in this context, Your Honor. There's criminal harassment. Criminal harassment has been limited by the case of O'Brien v. Borowski to threats, fighting words.
But not in the 250AD context or the adjacent statute, but that borrows exactly from the 209A language and was written shortly after the
Okay, get something right to me and I'll revisit the fact on both sides, okay?
Thank you.
Get something, but I'll review it. The order stands as entered, and I'll take that out of the project.
Would you like it provided at a certain date, Your Honor?
How long do you-
7 days.
That's fine. Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you.
Court, all right.
You can get copy of that over down.
Thank you so much.
That's reasonable, taking it under advisement. All right, and thank you for watching, and have a great day.